That would help. That would most definitely help, wouldn't it? When you're trying to talk to people, it helps if they can actually hear what you're saying. Uh, so yeah, last week's stream was off a little bit in terms of timing. I had to do it on Monday because I had a very busy week. um, if you start about a week and a half ago, on the Friday, I worked at uh, I had hours at my local game store. Then on Saturday night, Sunday night, worked at the gas station. Monday was the day I chose to do my stream because Tuesday I had to work overnight at the gas station, and there's no way I was going to be able to stream, be done in enough time, head down to the gas station, do my shift, and then come back. And then on top of that, had to work Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoons at my LGS. And then back to work at the gas station on Saturday and Sunday night. No way that was going to work on trying to stream on Tuesday, so I streamed on Monday instead. I have an MTG philosophy question if you'd spare the minute. Oh boy. Philosophy. This sounds like a color pie question, but go ahead. MTG philosophy. That is an interesting. Okay, I did remove reprints. You know, sometimes you look at these cards long enough and you think, wait, haven't I seen that card before? No, this the way I have this list set up, this is actually the original printings. Would you consider adding a card like Agitator and into um Agitator and each player may put 2+1 counters on a creature they control. Yeah, I think that's perfectly legit. Hey, look, I'm giving you something. I'm giving you +1 counters to put on one of your creatures. It just means that creature has to attack next turn, but it can't attack me because I gave you the counters. But you can attack anybody else you want. No problem. I think that's I think that's fair. Um you know, the fact that yes, they have to attack. The other thing is too, they get to choose what creatures they're putting it on. Now, if they've only got one creature, then there's not much of a choice, but they've also got the choice on whether to accept the gift or not. I think depending on the style of deck you're going for, that is perfectly fine and viable. I tried coming up a number of years ago with a 60 card because I didn't think it would be buildable in Commander. It might be nowadays. I tried coming up with a 60 card mono black group hug deck. And This was one of the cards in it. It stops people from drawing cards, but they get to search their deck every turn for whatever card they want. But it pings them for 3. But they get free tutoring every turn. Says I'm Perverter of Truth. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player loses 2 life and draws 2 cards. They don't work well together. Well, I mean they do and they don't. Depends on how you look at it. This one wants you to draw extra cards. The other one says you can't draw cards. So in that case, they don't. They do, however, burn your opponents for 5. Well, they burn everyone for 5, let's be fair. Been working on a Burrows group hug deck for an admittedly, but it's been around 50-50. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. Because you also got to remember... I'm sure I completely... It's 2Ds. Got it. The original group hug commander was always, I get a thing, and then you get something to compensate. This is the same thing from the opposite, like looking at it from the opposite direction. If you just reorganize the sentences, the first one is, target opponent creates a 1/1 hippo, and I gain trample. Target opponent gains 2 life, I gain flying. Target opponent may draw a card, this goes back to my hand. Literally, if you take the original group hug commander and you take each ability and flip the order of the sentences around, you have the same kind of feel that you do for Agitator End. I'm giving you a something. This is my payoff for it, but I'm giving you something that, and again, you were giving the nice thing about group hug when it's built right, in my opinion, is when your opponent has got the opportunity to accept or deny. Because sometimes, it might be something as simple as, hey, gain 5 life. But if that 5 life is actually, detrimental to them, their game plan, whatever, then, in a sense, that's not really a group hug thing. If you are giving them something they don't want. Whoops. Sorry, just had to send a real quick message before I completely forgot. Let go. Excuse you. Thank you. This. At the beginning of each player may discard a card. Each one who does. Okay, this guy. Yeah. You're giving them the... the first thing you're doing is giving them the option to discard a card, and if they do, they draw a card. And depending on what was discarded, you get a benefit. Agitator Ant feels like it fits that. It's like, I'm giving you the option to do a something. If you take me up on it, cool. It just means this also happens. But if you don't, that's perfectly fine with me. That's perfectly fine too. I have no problem with that. I think agitator and I think if you are building a deck based around giving your opponent options or your opponent's options to which you may or may not get some kind of benefit out of. Agitator Ant fits perfectly fine. Whether or not it would be categorized as group hug, I think that's probably the bigger question. Agitator Ant definitely fits building around Mog, in my opinion, though. Besides, who says you can't give to yourself once in a while? uh, I think in that case you're probably also eyeing removal along the lines of oh geez, what on earth was the card? Introduction to Annihilation, etc. Stuff where it's like, look, I can't let that stick around, but I'll still give you something for it. I think that's I think at some point I'd have to see a more not necessarily a fully fleshed out list, but like here's a list of cards that I plan on putting in, etc., etc. Um, and this is also why I like using stuff like deck stats because I can just toss up a list of cards and tell it it's just a list of cards, and they're like, oh, okay, here's a card list. And I don't need to be logged into it to use it. I don't need an account to use it. For some things, it's convenient. For others, it's like, okay, whatever. Because sometimes I just need like a quick answer on what does my curve look like, um, or what are the odds of me getting? Because I will occasionally turn around and go, I have some number of copies of a card with this effect. I am bad at figuring out how hypergeometric distribution actually works, but I understand the concept. And so I'm like, I've got, I don't know, 7 cards in my deck that have this effect. This general broad category. I have 7 pieces of spot removal, as an example. What are the odds of me drawing one by turn, 8? Or by turn 3, or whatever. And so I'll write things up, and maybe it'll just look like, 7 relentless rats and 53 or 92 or whatever planes. And it doesn't have to be a viable deck. It's just here's a couple of numbers to work with. And then I will go and look at the. Let me just clear this off real quick. There we go. Yeah, fine. I'll just go to this tab labeled probabilities. And I'll see a thing that says, "Hey, by the way, you have." I mean, yes, we're looking at commander, but you know, so most of this is going to be the same odds for all the cards. But I mean, I've got 20 mountains. I've got an 80% chance of having one in my opening 7. See? Opening hand 80.5, 85 by turn 1, 88 by turn 2, etc., etc., etc. And it'll spit out these numbers to me. I could use, actually, where is you? Oops, copy, paste and go. No, sorry, probabilities. Oh yeah, you're right to stop. My Persistent Petitioners deck, my one deck that I've got built that has as many copies of a given card in my as I want. I have an 86.7 with 24 Persistent Petitioners. 86.7 chance of having one in my opening hand, and a 90% chance of having one. I don't know. Oh yeah. Oh, a, a few sites use that, have that sort of thing. But again, I like using this because, again, to get this kind of data back, I don't need an account, which is, since I've used this site for as long as I have, I probably should break down, make an account, etc., etc., etc. But for years, it was always, I just need a quick piece of data on this, and then I can get on with my merry way. This is actually how I found out that if you have a 60 card deck and you have 4 copies of a card in it, and the typical example would have been a legacy or vintage deck having 4 copies of Force of Will. What are the odds of having one in your starting hand? And it was always routed off as 40%. It was through deck stats that I actually found out that it's not actually 40%. It's 39.5 something something. It's not quite 40%. It's slightly less, but it's close enough that 40% is a good starting point. I do have a complete list if you would, since you mentioned list. Uh, yeah, if you can post it in the, even if you just post it in the Discord. Was it you? I don't remember. Somebody had asked for feedback on a deck list and they posted it in Discord. And I posted some feedback on it, and I don't remember if they ever saw the feedback. Let's see here. Where are you here? This, you, this one. Alright. Oh yeah. No, Zero, that was you. Okay. Was my Okay. I should probably also make a channel specifically for that sort of thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, either way, you can drop off a link in here, or you can drop it in the Discord. Either way, I will look at it at some point if you post it in the chat. Then I look at while we stream, and if you post it, huh? And if you post it in the Discord, then people can look at it and give, like, apart from just myself, um, can look at it outside the stream and go, oh, hey, by the way, this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. Man. I'm looking at the first page of cards for M15. The first page of white cards. And I'm already seeing cards that I'm like, why isn't this seeing more play? And maybe it's. I think a good analogy I might have might be watching Critical Role. And I really enjoy this. Like, we're not talking um, the Legends of Vox Machina. I actually watch the actual games. Um, I'm involved in a community-run Discord chat and yada yada yada. That's got hundreds of people. You have my permission if you want to look at it. Dex Gen Gaming. Oh dear. And now I don't see you. Why do I not see you? That's weird. I just checked the user list and it's like, why are you suddenly not there? How are you not there? I'm confused. Not that it takes much. I was just I was about to start going into M15. And then, distractions happen as they commonly do. And that's fine because I mean, how can you have discussion if you don't talk with people, right? Uh all right, let's have I don't think Grizzlebrand should be unbanned, but I think out of the three cards that they were discussing, it is the most likely option. And simply due to the fact that Grizzlebrand is just simply I draw a lot of cards, whereas the other two that they were talking about, which were I think Iona and Sundering Titan, are just like feel bad cards. You know, Sundering Titan, you recur it and it blows up a lot of land. Iona just shuts people out of being able to play the game. I don't think either one is a good plan. Listeners. Huh. I just realized. Cloudbound Moogle doesn't say on a creature you control. It just says target creature. It just kind of... Yeah. Yeah, I I decided to make a list, uh, uh some of which are, currently current decks in progress, and this is about a third of my in progress decks. I decided to do the one for every color and color combination thing, and then a bunch more on top of that. So I'm looking at about 43 decks in total to finish the list. Um, and if you want to take a look, that will get you to this page here, which has got all the lists I'm working on. Uh, some of them are made of just commons. Um, if it's got a Y in this column, I've actually got it physically built. I am down to... What have I got? I've got 20... So I've got about half my decks built at this point. Well, what's wrong with a recurring nightmare? Yeah. What enters? Search for an artifact value tier less. Um. Yeah, zero. I am seeing this to be a little less group huggy than than what I would have expected. Yeah, I think prime. So, not unreasonably, at 6 mana, Primeval Titan can come into play down on like turn 4. It fetches any 2 lands that you want. And, that could be something as benign as, just fetching up 2 basics. It could be a couple of bounce lands. Or it could be, um, it could be like strip mine and wasteland. And it doesn't say the lands enter tapped. Yep. Yep. Yeah, yeah, zero. This seems less group hug than what I would have expected from a like it's from Primeval Titan. Pretty sure they don't. Oh, yes, they do. I know what I'm thinking of. I know what I'm thinking of. Yep, yep. That's exactly why. My brain is used to thinking them with, because I'm used to seeing it in modern. Oh yeah, Smite. No, that card's from like Magic's ancient history. We're talking from like 96, I think. So, over 30 years ago. Yeah. Recurring Nightmare is pretty silly. is pretty silly, on its own. The thing is, it was also um, MTG Goldfish has been doing a video series lately where they take the basically the most powerful standard decks of all time, and they basically been doing two for every year for most of Magic's history, starting with like day one. And the one they did a few days ago was Recurring Nightmare versus Bant Company. And in Standard, it was paired up with Survival of the Fittest. Now, if you take a look at Survival of the Fittest and Recurring Nightmare, now, you basically have a two-card combo that lets you, uh, for 4 mana, you can basically cheat any creature from your deck into play. If you combine it with modern cards, that's really powerful. The problem is, the cards they were playing at that time, back then, the spells were really powerful, the creatures were suboptimal, shall we say. Now it's the other way around. The creatures are really good, and the spells are, it's fine. Card reading weird to me. I would like to know if that's... Oh, Recurring Nightmare? Recurring Nightmare is a weird card. So it's 3 to cast. Its activation cost is sacrificing a creature and returning the Nightmare. Oh, Curse of Opulence? Oh, Curse of Opulence is funny. So first of all, the difference between a gold token and a treasure token. If memory serves me correctly, a treasure token you have to sack. Sailor of Means. Yeah, treasure tokens you have to tap and sack to get the mana. Gold tokens, you just sacrifice it. So, whenever enchanted player is attacked, so first of all, it's a curse, you generally throw them on somebody else. Okay. So when so with most of these curses, whenever X happens, you get a benefit, and then anybody else apart from the person who's cursed, anybody else involved also gets a benefit. So Curse of Opulence, whenever enchant player is attacked, you get a gold token. So does each opponent, so does everyone who's attacking that player. The way this is worded, if you are the person attacking the player who is cursed with the Curse of Opulence, you actually get 2 gold tokens. But if somebody else attacks the cursed player, you get a gold token and the other person... It's kind of like how Secret Rendezvous and similar cards work. It's like you get a bonus and somebody else gets a bonus. Actually, each opponent... No, you do not get 2 gold tokens. Sorry, I lied. Ba, 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 ba. So if if you curse yourself, yes, if you enchant yourself with one of these curses, you'll get its effects whenever another player attacks you. So if you enchant yourself with us, whenever enchanted player is attacked, create a gold token. If you're the one being enchanted by the curse, you're being attacked, you get a gold token, and then everyone who attacks you also gets a gold token. So if you enchant yourself with it, you can not unreasonably, you get a gold, you get a gold, you get a gold. Like, if you attack, you get a gold. If you attack, you get a gold. If you attack, you get a gold. If they all attack you, oh yeah, that's hilarious. You're going to get 3 gold out of it. You get 1, you get 1, you get 1. I get 3. Yes, that's no, because gold as a token type didn't last long. It was eventually supplemented by treasure. But if you look at my, what was it, my mono brown common stack, where are you here? Which, you know, when you're building based on commons, you have to go based on a, well, common theme. Um, and so something mono brown is really good at. No, it just matters that you're being attacked. Something mono brown is really good at is ramp, like having an artifact that taps for mana or generates mana some other way. I did have when I was creating this list, I did have in mind that um there are cards that will generate gold. But unfortunately, uh there's only 4 cards that actually create gold tokens. Yeah, there's only 4 cards that made gold tokens. Oh, Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander. That's not the same. That's TDC. Um, that was all right. So Commander 17. You were Born of the Gods, Journey in an X, and Theros Beyond Death. So yeah, they basically did it for Commander 17, which I think may have had a Theros bend to it as well. And then like once each for like 3 different Theros sets, and that was it. Whereas every other time that we've had something like that, it hasn't been a gold token, it's been a treasure token. Hey, Son of a Trisket. Oh, boo. There we go. Now behaves. Anyway, before I get too more distracted, we should get underway with M15. Um, which did have some very interesting cards. And interesting for more reasons than one would expect. Most cards are designed by somebody um, who works at, if not somehow affiliated with Wizards of the Coast. That's a given. We've had a handful of cards over the years where somebody else has created it. We've had a couple of instances of you make the card, which I think has gone 3 times, at least twice. I want to say 3. And probably the most common, the most recognizable instance of that would have been Crucible of Worlds, which was, one of those cards that's like submitted by, like, during a special promotion contest thing that Wizards put on. And they were asking for submissions by by the public, etc., which is not a thing they commonly do. They're not normally allowed to accept outside submissions, except they made an exception for, a couple of times because they were running a contest for it. And they had people voting for should this be should this be a creature? Should this be a non-creature? What parent toughness should this have? What kind of mana cost should it have? This, that, whatever. And Crucible of Worlds, I think, is by far the most popular one in general because it has actually seen play. It has seen play, as far as I remember, all the way down to Vintage. There's been a couple others. Forgotten Ancients was one of those more forgettable submissions. It's a good card, but I don't remember seeing anybody play it anywhere. But it has useful, unusual. Probably the biggest problem with it is because it's got an unusual ability. People are like, I don't know what to do with this. But then M15 is coming around. The game came out in 93. 93, so this would have been 20 years. The game was basically 20 years old. And they're asking for submissions. Oh yeah, there's one other category of cards where you would get submissions by people who were not part of Wizards of the Coast themselves. And that would be the invitationals. Every so often, I think it was, for a few years, there was a time frame where if you won the invitational, which was basically an invite only, very limited event, and like one could argue more prestigious than the Pro Tour, because the Pro Tour at that point, I think there were like, I want to say it was 4 a year, but there was only one invitational. And there were a few slots that were going to be definite. There were You had, for example, um, the winner of certain events. But then you also had people that represent the community. And so you might see somebody like Saffron Olive. You might see somebody like um, Jimmy Wong or so on and so forth. People that were because you've got like the professional players, but you also have uh, the people that make content that are well known and well respected in the community. And I might there's I'll tell you right now, I might be crossbreeding two different uh I might be crossbreeding two different types of events. Anywho, whoever won the invitational, and the invitational, the funny thing about the invitational is you might be asked to play a format that is not one of the big ones that people know from like, Grand Prix and Pro Tours and stuff like that. You might be asked to play you might be asked to play um hey, if you want to get points for this round, you have to play Pauper. Or uh if you want to win points for this round, you have to build um oh there were I I think there was one where people actually had to bid on, and again, I might be crossbreeding events here, but I do know there was a Wizards Run event, the sort of thing I'm talking about, where people had to bid on decks based on starting cards in hand and starting life total. And if you really wanted to play a certain deck, it's like, okay, you might have to bid, starting with, let's say, because you start off with 7 life or sorry, 7 cards and 20 life. The win and bid for that might be 5 cards in opening hand and like a starting life total of like 15. You know, and that's after you resolve your mulligans. So you resolve your mulligans, and then you go down to like, okay, by the way, I go down to 5 now. It was it was it was crazy stuff. Anyway, and as I said, I might be crossbreeding two different types of events here. Um, but the thing about the invitational is whoever won the invitational got to submit an idea for a card, and their likeness would be on that card. So let me think here. All right. Nope. Uh, really? All right. How can I tag you? Oh, cards that are depict cards that depict and are designed by the winner of the Magic Invitational Tournament. So there's Avalanche Riders, which is what I think the first one. Does it say who you are? I can't remember. Oh yeah, Darwin Castle. Um, 4 mana, 2/2 with haste, with echo, and when it comes into play, destroy target land. So one more than what Stone Rain does, and you also get to swing in for 2. And if you pay the 2 mana, if you pay the 4 mana, because at that point, an echo cost was just pay this cost again. Dark Confidant, also known as Bob, aka Bob Marr, which is why you occasionally hear, if you ever watch MTG Goldfish, you'll occasionally hear Crim suddenly quip greatness at any cost. That's because that comes from this card. Meddling Mage was Chris Picula. You notice how, if you look at the art, a lot of these, like, less so with the Avalanche Riders, but Dark Confidant, this looks a bit more like an actual person, like a modern person. Chris Picula, same idea. Rakdos, Augur Mage, a little harder to tell, but that was Terry So. Ranger of Eos. I cannot remember who Ranger of Eos was. I'm going to... Antoine Ruel. Okay, yeah. Because if you even look at the art, he even looks like somebody who's French. Goodbye. Rootwater Thief was... Oh, good lord. Who was Rootwater Thief? I don't remember. That's ages ago. Mike Long. Okay. Shadow Mage Infiltrator was Finkel. Nope. Snapcaster Mage was... No, you're not also Terry's. Oh no, you are... I can't remember. Tiago Chan. Yeah, certain cards, you hear the name often enough. And Tiago Chan, you used to hear his name a lot. And then you just hardly heard it anymore. As opposed to Dark Confidant being Bob, Chris Picula, Meddling Mage, Shadow Mage Infiltrator as Finkel. These ones you'll hear with their nickname, based on who the invitational card was. A lot more often. Solemn Simulacrum was, what's his name? Jens Thornson? Thorn. I was close. Again, looks like a modern person for the face. Sylvan Safekeeper was Ollie Rad, which I'm sure most Anglophones completely mangle his name, myself included. Void Mage Prodigy was Kai Buddha. Rest in peace. Did he? Oh no, he got a DCI promo too, that's why. But yeah, so those are the two groups of cards that you would expect people. Oh yeah, and there have been more recent ones. Um, Elite Spellbinder, for example. Paulo Vitor Damo de Rosa, World Champion 26. When this card was in standard, you'd occasionally hear it being referred to as Paulo because, well, that's what PV actually looks like. But in M15, they went out into other members of other communities, well known names in other communities, and said, hey, by the way, we'd like your information for a card design to put into a Magic set. And they probably gave him a couple years' notice. We'd like your feedback for a Magic set. No, I didn't. MTG, whoops. And so if you go down to designer credits in on the Magic Wiki, there were, I think, 15 cards that were designed by, I think it's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. 15 if you count that you make the card. Oh, there were, okay. Anyway, so if you take a look in this very last column, I'll embiggen that a bit. There. That might actually be readable on smaller devices. This last column says what card it was. The first column says who did it, like who the person who designed it was, and what they're known for. So, for example, the person who came up with Genesis Hydra, designer of Plants vs. Zombies. Aggressive mining came from the person who came up with Minecraft. Zathard Skyblade was designed by somebody who worked on World of Warcraft, etc., etc. So, a lot of these, I don't want to say a lot, but a number of these cards were designed by people outside Wizards of the Coast because they were specifically asked, hey, by the way, can you create a card for this? Sure. Which finally leads us, an hour later, because distractions happen, to our first card, which was designed by somebody else. The first card on our list was designed by somebody else. Lead game designer for Guild Wars 2, Isaiah Cartwright. Warden of the Beyond. If you care about exiling your opponent's stuff at all, this is it's a small payoff, but it is a payoff for exiling your opponent's stuff. Or having your opponent's stuff be exiled in the first place. 3 mana for a 2/2 with Vigilance, which isn't bad. And it's a human wizard, which I think is also interesting. The human is the simple part. This is a wizard. I would more expect maybe something along the lines of a scout or a scout or a soldier or something like that. This is a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry, as opposed to a hairy wizard. Anyway, uh, a 3 mana for a 2/2 with Vigilance, but only requires a single white, so it's not bad. Gets +2/+2 as long as an opponent owns a card in exile. Owns a card in exile. Wait, what? Yeah. Because you can only control cards that are either in play or like on the stack. Anywhere else, you don't control those. Find me a word. Find me a word sillier than Tarmogoyf. Oh, you want silly words? Magus has got all sorts of. Gigadrowse is probably my favorite. Make lots of people fall asleep. Gigadrowse. Right there. Um. Oh yeah. Take a look at cards from Guild Pact that are is it. You're gonna find some. You're gonna find some real interesting. Hypothesisal. Oh yeah, some of the stuff they've had is just some of it is some of it is just fine. Some of it I've probably heard too much that it's not as funny anymore. Oh yeah, there's Hypothesisal. It's a card draw spell and a it's a card draw spell and a burn spell in the same card. Mimeofacture is kind of fun to say. So is Quasi-Duplicate, for that matter. Oh yes, Schismotivate. They just like take two ideas and like slap them together, and it's like, yay! By guess what? That's a new spell. Vacuum melt. But yeah, no big deal. Um, but yeah, Warden of the Beyond. Yeah, so stuff. So as a result, you don't. If it's in your if it's in your library, if it's in your graveyard, if it's especially if it's in exile, those are not cards that you control, but you own them. Which is why they use the word the phrasing if they own a card in exile. So, in other words, as long as an opponent has an exiled card. And it can be exiled for any reason, doesn't matter. Is it exiled? Yes? Cool. And suddenly this is now a 4/4 vigilance for 3 mana instead of a 2/2. And it's incredibly easy to turn on. All your Path to Exile variants, all your um, Tormod's Crypt variants, Um, all your um, like is somebody doing impulse drawing, i.e., I think the card is. Whoops. Oh, my dog. Act on impulse, which is also from the set, and we may cover later. But act on impulse is like Red's version of doing card draw, where you exile the top of your library, and then you have some amount of time to play those cards. You still have to pay costs relevantly, etc., etc. But um, cards have been exiled with a discard effect that says, hey, they don't discard that card, they exile that card. Um, Brain Maggots, I think, does that, and a few others, etc. There's a bunch of ways of exiling your opponent's stuff. Farewell. Exiles all the things. Yeah, Warden of the Beyond, as long as somebody has got a card that's exiled, a card that's been imprinted with Panoptic Mirror or what have you, that's exiled. So Warden of the Beyond is actually a pretty good playable white card. I think it only doesn't see as much play as it does because, I mean, it's a 4/4 Vigilance for 3 mana, realistically. So easily. But that's all it is it's a, you know, when it's turned on, it's a 4/4 Vigilance. Okay, and it's a 4/4 Vigilance. If you're looking for an undercosted creature, this is a creature that's really easy to make undercosted. And it's still okay otherwise. And all you have to do is have somebody have a card that's exiled in some way, shape, or form for any reason, and it's up. And if you're doing it, you're probably playing these kind of cards anyway. Are you playing with Scavenging Ooze? This is easy to turn on. Scavenging Ooze or Lion Sash or whatever. So easy to turn on. Your Path to Exile, Oblivion Ring, Banishing Light effects. It's up. And white very easily exiles stuff. Geist of the Moors. 3 mana for a 3/1 flyer. Very simple, very straightforward. Not anything special, but it's a 3-power flyer for 3 mana with no drawback. Why does this not see more play? Because you can get 3-power, 3 mana creatures with a drawback that you can make use of. Emancipation Angel, for example, comes to mind. 3 mana for a 3/3 flyer. When she enters, return a permanent you control to owner's hand. Well, that can be anything. Worst case scenario, it's a land, which kind of means this costs you 2 mana to cast. If you return a land, you also get to reuse landfall shenanigans. So, if you line this up with, let's say, Admonition Angel, I've returned a land. Okay, now I play a land, and I exile another creature. That is some crazy, crazy art. We're gonna have to take a better look at that when we get to World. Actually, have we done World? No, we haven't done World Wake yet. um, but it's fairly easy to get a 3-power creature that does something. You know, a 3-power flyer for 3 mana that does something. It's easy. In other words, it's easier. It's easy to get better than this. However, if you're looking, I would still not overlook this card because when all is said and done, it is a 3-power flying creature, and flying creatures get overlooked a lot. So I think Warden is the better card for Commander over Geist of the Moors. I think Geist gets more play because it's a spirit. But I think Warden is the better card in general. Sanctified Charge, I think I considered this card for my mono white commons deck. I think I decided that it was too expensive. Oh, no, I do have it. I do have it. Okay. Because, well, look what it does. 5 mana is a lot, yes. A, it's an instant. So that already affords it a little flexibility. B, it gives, because if you've been paying attention to my stream, you know that for the most part, I was really wanting cards that could give at least +2 power. I really tried hard to get +2 power. And so, an instant that gives +2 power to all my creatures. Doesn't say attacking creatures, doesn't say white creatures, this, that, whatever. It just says creatures I control. Get +2/+1 till end of turn. White creatures I control also gain first strike till end of turn. So yes, it does mention the color of the creature. However, that's a later thing. And the way this deck is designed, all these creatures are white. All the tokens being generated here are white. How about under 3+? These are all white cards. All the tokens generated, apart from Pallid Mycoderm and Stony Brook Schoolmaster, are white. The Mycoderm makes green saplings. The Schoolmaster makes blue merfolk wizards. White creature, white creature, white creature. These are all white creatures. Not Clockwork Fox. Skycryer, white creature. Not Scaratiller. So literally everything, all creatures in the deck, with the exception of a couple, are affected by Sanctified Charge. So almost all my creatures will also get first strike. They'll all get +2/+1. And this is the kind of card that you want to put in a deck like that. Something where it's almost everything that's in your deck is a white creature. And there's ways to go to get around that too. You could do a painter servant, or shifting sky routine. You know, you could do that, and then suddenly everything is white. Or Leyline of the Guild Pact. Sorry, I had to stop and think about the card name for a moment. Leyline of the Guild Pact will also turn all your creatures into all colors. And it doesn't care if the card is white green or white black or white red, as long as it is at least part of its color, you know, defined primarily by this bit in the top right, or the ability that generates it. Is it white? Yes. Yeah, but it's white and it doesn't matter. Yeah. So if you are looking to flood the board with a bunch, the primary, the best spot for a deck like for a card like this is a token strategy. The problem is something like this. You can usually find something like an enchantment that does the same sort of thing. When you can run, let's say, Glorious Anthem and give all your creatures +1/+1. Or Always Watching? Is that the card I'm thinking of? No, not Always Watching. Oh, Threeben Watcher. Oh no, Threeben Watcher doesn't do it either. Threeben Watcher is non-token. Really? Oh, Dramatic Finale works. Creature tokens you control get yada yada yada. Uh, I don't like how often it says non-token. Alright, I guess there's almost nothing. That's sad. And yet, there's at least two cards that are removal spells in black just for tokens. Plus, I think Dogged Hunter also does it. It's easier to kill off a token than it is to keep it alive. That's weird. Anyway, if you're playing any sort of token strategy, you either really realistically words want cards like Glorious Anthem, etc. The benefit that this has over most other pump effects is that this also gives them an ability. So I can see why this doesn't see that much play, but I think it's a card that gets overlooked a lot more than it probably should. Pillar of Light. You're playing Commander. Why would you play Pillar of Light when you can just play Path to Exile or Swords of Plowshares or one of the other, 100,000 removal spells that exist, some of which can hit things that aren't even creatures. The aforementioned Introduction to Annihilation that when Zero brought up his deck list earlier, I mentioned that as an option. Didn't finish looking over the list, but that's the sort of thing that, as a removal spell in a group hug style deck, I can see that because it's like, look, I can't allow you to have that thing, but I can at least give you something for it. Pillar of Light. Honestly, cards like this are, in terms of commander, they're just not that good. And a lot of the time, the big thing that you want to hit is your opponent's commander anyway. So it's just going to go back to the command zone. But they're going to have to spend more mana to recast it, which might be relevant because if their commander is, like, let's say 4 mana, and they're actually able to get out on turn 4, without some help, it might be turn, 7 or 8 before they can recast it. But yeah, I can see much more better. I can see much better uses for these first 3 cards than the pillar. How many cards are we? 23. All right, meditation puzzle. Again, cards that do nothing but gain you life, not that good in general. If you are gaining life, you really need a reason to have. You really need a reason to gain life. That being said, this is a card that can gain you 8 life for no mana down. What? How? Convoke. Rather than spending mana. Oh yeah. Hey Holly. Bear the Natural Spring in a couple of reasons. Because if memory serves me correctly. Yeah. Natural Spring is a sorcery. It's the same mana cost. Different color. A, it's an instant. B, it's got Convoke, which means rather than paying mana to cast it, you can actually tap down your creatures, and if it's a white creature, it can count towards one of the white pips, and otherwise, it can count towards the colorless portion of the card. Which means you can tap, you could tap 5 creatures. They could even be 5 white creatures. Yeah, that's 1/1 soldier tokens I'm not using. Hey, it's the end of turn. Cool. I'll tap these 5. I'll gain 8 life. Wait, what? But you didn't even spend any mana on it. Yeah, and I just gained 8 life. How do you like them apples? And apple pie. It's... But again, you really don't want to be... As a general rule of thumb, you don't want cards whose only job it is to gain life. If you're playing cards to gain life, they really should be doing something else. That being, like, for example, a creature with lifelink. Or Lightning Helix, which deals 3 damage to a target and gains you 3 life. Having life gain attached to something else is always better. That being said, this is essentially a free spell that can gain you a chunk of life. What does that life do for you? And it's not to say, you have to be able to use your life as a resource. And this is something a lot of people, myself included for quite a while, to be honest, had trouble getting used to the idea of. It doesn't matter if you win the game when you've got like a million life or one life if you win the game. If everyone else is dead, it doesn't matter. Unlike reality, where, the difference between, if you at fully healthy is at 20 and you're at one life, you're barely holding on at all. You are on life support in the hospital, but you're still going. But that's reality. This is games. Games, there's always way it's always easier to bounce back from. And so a card like Meditation Puzzle, it's like, okay, what am I going to use that 8 life for? And there are times when having an extra chunk of life is useful. As I've mentioned previously, one of my favorite cards to point out to people is a card like Book of Wrath, which looks it looks like a lot to spend on it, because it's 6 mana to cast, and then 2 mana and 2 life to draw a card. But then take another look at that activation cost. It's 2 mana and 2 life, colon. There's no tap symbol in there, which means you can activate this multiple times in the same turn or the same turn cycle as you want. If you've got, all right, I'm still at 25 life. I need to draw some extra cards. I've got 6 extra mana. Pay 6 mana. Pay 6 more life. Draw 3 more cards. Okay, now I've drawn in something that gives me breathing room. You play a card like Meditation Puzzle. This isn't, and you've got Book of Wrath in play. This isn't 8 life. This is halfway to 4 more cards. You see what I mean? That extra life isn't useful because it's extra life. It's more of a resource that you can put towards something else. And so, Meditation Puzzle, fine, you're getting extra life. What are you doing with that extra life? Then, of course, there's a question of, if I'm putting Meditation and Puzzle in my deck, why am I putting it in my deck? What is my deck trying to do? And if there's a lot of stuff in my deck that cares about gaining life, is it more relevant if I'm gaining 8 life? Do I want 8 instances of gain 1 life, or 1 instance of gain 8 life? And depending on how you build your deck, it may, as I've mentioned before, it may lead you more towards one than the other. It may be more realistic that you want, like, I would say in most circumstances, you want 8 instances of gain 1 life. In which case, you may be better off with a card like you may be looking at cards like Soul Warden and so forth. And then instead of having something like Meditation Puzzle, maybe you're looking at a card like Sen's Enlistment. Because every time that you can pay 4 mana and discard a land, while Sen's Enlistment is in your graveyard, you get 2 more tokens. Well, if you have two sources in play, because they may or may not be creatures, that say whenever a creature enters under your control, you gain a life. Well, then one active, pay 4 mana and discard a land is gaining 4 life. Every time I do that, I'm gaining 4 more life. But they're all individual triggers of gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life. Which, when you combine it with cards like a Johnny's Pridemate and is it not Essence Warden? What's the one that's in Standard right now? Essence Channeler. Wow. And various similar effects. Or anything else that triggers on life gain. If you're building based around that kind of premise, then yes, you're going to want a card like Sen's Enlistment more often. Compared to Meditation Puzzle. But if you just care about, I need to gain a chunk of life all at once now, then Meditation Puzzle is going to be more useful. But, yeah, it is not unusual that I'd end up finding myself using something else instead. Sen's Enlistment a lot of the time would end up doing a lot better. But if I actually need to, the other problem with Meditation Puzzle is then you're gotta also compare it to, what do you call it? A card like Beacon of Immortality, which for 1 more mana, 5 mana versus 6, double target player's life total, shuffle Beacon of Immortality into its owner's library. There's a reason this thing's like 15 US and Meditation Puzzle's like 6 cents. Marked by Honor. 4 mana, enchant creature. Enchant creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. Honestly, I think this, I feel like this exists. Let me see here. What do we got for white? So, where was it? Oh yeah, let's do this. I see you now. Alright, so here's Marked by Honor. 4 mana, +2/+2 in vigilance. Let's sort by mana value. Dragon Scales, for half the price, gives it +1/+2. And if it's in your graveyard and you have a high costed creature enter, it jumps directly into play. Sentinel's Mark, same thing, except if you cast it during your main phase, you give the creature lifelink till end of turn. Abzan Runemark, the +2/+2 for sure. If you've got a black or green permanent in play, then it also has vigilance. So this is a this is marked by honor if you also have a black or green permanent. Due Diligence is 1 mana less than marked by honor. When it enters, another creature you control also gets +2/+2 in vigilance till end of turn. Vow of Duty, all of the above, and can't attack you or a planeswalker you control. Candlelight Vigil, +3/+2. Elspeth's Talent enchants Planeswalker, we're not going to count that. Iona's Blessing, same cost as marked by honor, can block an additional creature. Sarah's Embrace, a slightly harder to cast marked by honor, but also gives the creature flying. And Knightly Valor, for 1 more mana than marked by honor, you also get a 2/2 Vigilance Knight. Almost every single card. I would play almost every single card here, apart from maybe Abzan Runemark and Elspeth's Talent, because that's a completely different kind of card. I would play almost every single card here, apart from those two, over marked by honor. When you can get at least 2 cards that give the same abilities for less mana, and at least 2 cards that are strictly better for the exact same cost, and one that's strictly better for a slightly more difficult cost, I don't see a reason to play Marked for Honor. I really don't. You're playing it because, like, I need to go to, like, my 8th card that has this ability. Why? If you need to dig that deep, you probably need to find something that gives your stuff vigilance instead. Because the +2/+2 on creatures, that's easy to make up. Soul of Theros. Yeah. and here's one of the things as I said before, gaining life in and of itself, not good. But when you attach it to something like this, creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain first strike and lifelink until end of turn. That suddenly goes from, like, hey, look, I gain 8 life, to, hey, by the way, I'm going to smack you, I'm going to smack you for, instead of smacking you for 5, with like 5/1/1 creatures, I'm going to smack you for 15. By the way, my creatures have first strike, and I'm going to gain 15 life in the process. Just that 15 life that's gravy there. Also, hilariously, because this is the cycle of souls from this set, every color, including colorless, had a soul of where it's a 6 mana 6/6 with some ability, like some stack ability here, and then some activated ability where you could, if it's in play, you pay this, and if it's in your graveyard, you basically pay the same cost and exile it from your graveyard for one last hurrah with that same effect. Oh, you're just white bordered, is that all? I don't mind that as white bordered. That looks really cool. Anywho, Distracted Thrall is distracted, news at 11. But yeah, Solo Theros, really good. The entire Soul cycle is actually really good. Let's see here. Set M15, name Soul, type avatar. The white one we just saw. The blue one draws cards. 6/6 flyer is still nothing to sneeze at. 7 mana, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. You really need a card like Leyline of the Guild Pact to make this work. You need something that gives. You need at least one card that can be all colors. You could do that in mono blue with, I believe the card was called Shift, which is an ancient card. Only got printed in Ice Age, and it's like 40 cents. Transguild Courier. The problem with Transguild Courier is, it has a 5-color identity. I believe that means it's white, blue, black, red, and green in all zones. It's multicolored, which means it is considered a 5-color card when you're deck building. So you could not put Soul of Ravnica and Transguild Courier in the same deck if you're not already running a 5-color deck. On the other hand, Shift you can toss into a mono blue deck with Soul of Ravnica. On your upkeep, go, hey, by the way, I'm all 5 colors now. Soul of Ravnica goes, cool. How would you like to draw 5 cards? So, believe me, I had been thinking about that, but because of the color identity rules, it's all 5 colors, like immediately. The black one is a 6/6 with Death Touch, unsurprising there. 5 mana for a triple Raise Dead, which is fine. And to be fair, being able to get 3 cards back from your graveyard every turn, or in some cases, you're playing mono black, look at Urborg plus Cabal Coffers, etc. Multiple times a turn and then recast them. Sure. I wish it was, I wish it was a reanimation spell instead, but Soul of Chandelar, you get a 6/6 of a first strike, pay 5 mana, 3 damage to target player or planeswalker, because this was still under the damage redirection rules for planeswalkers. And then 3 damage to up to 1 target creature that player or that Planeswalker's controller controls. So I shoot you and I shoot one of your guys for 3 each. Green, 5 mana, you get a 3/3 beast. Yeah. Oh, and it's a 6/6 with reach. Did I mention that? It's a 6/6 with reach. Yeah, bam! Knock angels out of the sky. And Soul New Phyrexia, 6/6 trample. And, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, that looks like Elish Norn's New Phyrexia, of course. 6/6 trample. Pay 5. Permanents you control gain indestructible till end of turn. This really needs to see more play. Just activate it. Hey, by the way, indestructible on all my stuff. Deal with it. But yeah, Soul of Theros. Again, just being able to pay that cost and get +2/+2. Like, just the +2/+2 in and of itself would do a lot. Adding First Strike and Lifelink to everything is just silly. And heaven forbid you decide to go, I don't know, let's say Death Touch. Let's say you go Selesnya based around Death Touch and you throw this thing in and your opponents are boned hard. They're not going to want to block. They're not going to want to have to block, but they're going to have to block, and they're going to lose all sorts of good creatures because of it. Yeah. Yeah. Needs to see more play. Boonweaver Giant. Are you playing some kind of aura-based deck? Then you should at least be looking at Boonweaver Giant. 7 mana for 4/4. When it enters, you may search your graveyard, hand, and or library. Yeah, exactly. Holly just said run that with Eldrazi Inscription. Hand, graveyard, or library for an aura. Put it onto the battlefield attached to the Boonweaver Giant. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Oh, there are so many good auras that you can throw on a card like this. And because this is a creature, surprise, surprise, and it's a healthy sized creature to begin with. It's a 7 mana creature. It's a 4/4. Reanimating it is not unreasonable. And it's just when it enters, it doesn't care how it enters. And if it dies, then you bring it back with, I don't know, Defy Death comes to mind. Resurrection, Emeria the Sky Ruin, etc., etc. Ray of Dawnbringer comes into play. Hey, look, you had an aura on you. I'm going to grab that aura, pick it right back up, and go back, right back to where I left off. Heaven forbid you've got any sort of, ability to duplicate the, Panharmonicon. What was that card that people were clamoring about for Commander from, I think it was for Zendikar Rising. No, Zendikar Rising or Kaldheim? Zendikar Rising or Set Kaldheim? Lithiform Engine. 2-tap, copy target activated or triggered ability. Well, that's a triggered ability. Copy that. How many versions of this effect do you want? Don't run too many because otherwise you won't have room for actual, for cards with actual abilities to copy. But, yeah. 3 or 4, yeah, probably fine. And then you end up getting, like, well, take this aura, put it into play. I'll take this aura. Oh, gods. Now my brain's thinking of adding either blue or black, and one of those auras that when the creature dies or gets exiled or whatever, it comes back into play. Ideally with the aura attached to it. And then you just fetch another aura. Yeah, blue was the first card I remember. Blue was the... That's the wrong one. False Demise. Fool's Demise, return it to owner's hand. What's the... Kaya's ghost form? You can at least get the creature back. I don't know if you can necessarily... I don't know if you can necessarily get the aura reattached to it. But there's at least auras that will bring the creature back. Kaya's ghost form is like $1.50 plus? Are you kidding me? I mean, I get it, but still. That's not that... How many... War of the Spark? It's like 6, 7 years old now? Yeah, well, War of the Spark, so that would have been like 6.5, so like, yeah, 6, 7 years. Yeah, but that would have been, yeah, May 20, yeah, May 2019. So it hasn't had its 7th birthday yet. But yeah, yeah, Boon Reaver Giant. If you're playing any sort of Aura shenanigans, are you in at least Azorius or Orzhov, then and you're playing an Auras based strategy, you might want to be looking at this. Um, something something analogous to like my Squee Goblin Nabob deck. Something of this nature. Uh, if you are playing Azorius, I believe this also gives you ways to take the enchantment and move it elsewhere. Because the aura comes in and attaches to the giant. If you're building around auras, that's probably not what you specifically want, but the ability to get the aura in the first place is nice. And so being able to, in Azorius, you should be able to move it to another, like, for example, to your general. You should be able to do that relatively easily. Paragon of New Dawns. I really like the Paragon cycle. When I was sketching out my mono blue my mono blue ramp deck, one thing I was looking for, Grand Architect is in here in part to, make my blue creatures tap for mana. But also because it's also a lord. It's one of the handful of cards that exist that I know of that specifically pump your blue creatures. Blue does not generally get this ability. It is few and far between. Did I or did I not? No, I did not. But it was definitely under consideration for this deck. It very much was under I remember specifically grabbing the blue version to get to give all my I even had a stack of cards because I hadn't figured out exactly how to build the deck yet, and I'd picked up a stack of cards for it. I had like Soliton in there and Heavy Arbalist to just machine gun stuff. Heavy Arbalist, equipped creature has taps that deals 2 damage to any target, but doesn't untap normally. Well, you combine that with Soliton, which is pay a blue, untap this creature. And basically for you equip the Soliton with the Heavy Arbalist, and suddenly every blue mana you pay is 2 mana to any target. Creature, player, planeswalker, battle, don't matter. Really strongly thought about it. And the blue Paragon was on that list because giving your creatures, giving all my blue creatures +1/+1, and the deck is based around playing in a not blue manner. I think I had Sunken City set aside for that, and like Gauntlet of Power, and a few other cards of that nature. Paragon of New Dawns, the white one, much less relevant because white already gets all sorts of, other creatures, or, creatures you control, other creatures you control, white creatures you control, other white creatures you control, get usually +1/+1. White commonly gets this ability. It's a good cycle. Blue can really use it. Red can really use it, a little less so. And then here's the other thing. It's like white creatures getting +1/+1. And then another white creature you control gains vigilance till end of turn. Honestly, have like any other sort of lord effect. Is it Benlish Marshall? Yeah, Benlish Marshall. You run Benlish Marshall in that slot instead, which you can pick up for under 50 cents. And if you're worrying about vigilance, okay, well, you don't want to tap one creature just to give something else vigilance. Knighthood works just as well. Actually, no, not Knighthood. You might be right. Yeah, Sarah's Blessing. 2 mana enchantment. Creatures you control have vigilance. It's cheap enough that you can probably get away with cutting a land for Sarah's Blessing. And it doesn't die to creature removal, which means it won't get blown up with Wrath of God effects, etc. Unless you're looking at a card like Farewell, but Farewell blows up everything. So yeah, it's Paragon of New Dawns is fine, but you don't need it. There are better options for that. I would put Paragon of New Dawns probably about here. In terms of actual playables. Oh, oh, first response. At the beginning of each upkeep, if you lost life last turn, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. So, remember when I mentioned Book of Wrath probably like half an hour or so ago? Half an hour ago? First response. Paying life means you lost life. So, you can pay 2 mana and 2 life and draw a card on each player's turn and get a 1/1 white soldier token. And if you've got, I don't know, Soul Warden in play, or a similar effect, then, yeah, guess what? Comes into play, I gain life. So now that it only cost me 1 life, not 2. Hell, if the funny thing is, if you've got 2 of those effects in play, like a Soul Warden and a oh, what's the priest called? And it's not Judas. Why do I not see you? Oh. Suture Priest. There we go. If you've got, say, a Suture Priest and a Soul Warden in play, then the net result is you only paid 2 mana to draw a card, because this will trigger and you'll gain life from the other 2. But the net result is pay 2 : draw a card. But you did lose life. So this does work. Oh, that's funny. If you add an Ashnod's Altar to that, then every turn for free you get a card draw. Oh, that's funny. Okay. This doesn't give you a reason for life gain per se, but stuff that gains you life when creatures enter, which usually themselves are creatures. Oh, have 2 of those in play, first response, and Book of Wrath, and Ashnod's Altar. You kickstart it in any way, shape, or form. Even with, like, the Onslaught / Zendikar fetch lands. And you can basically get a free card, a free additional card draw every turn, by which I mean on every player's turn. It is like 5 cards, but that is an extra 4 cards a turn. Not really costing you anything extra. Your life total goes down, but it goes up by the same amount. You have to pay 2 mana, but you sack the token that you generate to get the mana. Oh, that's too funny. I have to make a note of that. Where are you? Notepad. Um, first response, M15 plus 2 Soul Warden effects plus Ashnod's Altar plus Book of Wrath equal +1 card. No, equal draw a card for free on each player's turn. That's kind of funny. I will be right back. I've got to make a mad dash. Please hold. And boop. All right. So, where was we? All right. Come on. Okay, I think I got it. Alrighty. Anywho. So yeah. Uh yeah, so be like it's like a five it's like a 5 card combo. Um but it nets you an extra card every player's turn, which means like an extra 4 cards per turn cycle. You end up even on resources, except for cards in hand. So that seems fun and very much the sort of thing that you could see in like I don't know bracket one, brackets one through brackets one and two for sure. Bracket three, I mean bracket three might be a little slow, but this is also the sort of thing that you could just plug into, like you could plug the pieces into the deck otherwise, and it's fine. So, for example, there's there's no reason. I was sure there was a mechanic that cared about life loss like this, but there are only 3 cards that have this text. You might be thinking of no, are you? I was going to suggest Fateful Hour. Um, might be the sort of thing that you're thinking of. That cares if your life total is low, but not if you lost life. Um, do 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 do. You know what? I don't know. Oh, uh, nope. I th- I think it might not have been a named mechanic. I think it might have been a thing that comes up like Um, good lord. You know how there's there's certain cards that are like tied together. Well, actually, the souls from M15 are probably a good example. They don't have a they don't have a like a named mechanic or anything. The only thing that really ties them together, like they've all got similar activate ability, they're the same size, etc., but they don't have anything mechanical that says, "Hey, by the way, we all do this." You need to look for them by their name. Kind of like how the Titans from what was it, M11 and M12, I think it was, like Primeval Titans, Grave Titan, Sun Titan, Frost Titan, and Inferno Titan. Like you can't look for them under something mechanical very easily. You can find them, but it's a lot easier to search for them by, they've got the name Titan in their name and, you know, something else. I don't think there's a set. I don't think there's a specific mechanic for it. I think it might be something that might just simply be, hey, by the way, let's just have a few cards that are based around this thing. Anyway, but yeah, uh, yeah, like first response, um, and Soul Sister effects, and Astronaut's Altar all seem to be cards that would make sense to get, like first response and Soul Sister effects make sense to go into the same kind of deck anyway. And then if you add on Astronaut's Altar, well, if you are generating like if you're building some kind of token strategy, it's easy to get more mana than what you spent to get your tokens to begin with. So, plus, okay, well, I spent mana on doing this. This is now no longer needed. So now I get, now I'll sack it for mana. I'll sack it for mana later. That's not unreasonable when you're dealing with tokens. And then, Book of Wrath is the kind of card that I recommend to, like, especially if you're looking for, like, a cheap card in terms of, like, dollar value that can just consistently get you more cards. Because, again, it's an artifact. It's a colorless artifact that doesn't care about how much, it's not restricted to once per turn. So it slots into a lot of decks that can generate a lot of mana and or gain a lot of life fairly easily. So these are all parts that can work together, can all go into the same deck. And just if you put them all together, have a useful outcome. Sungrease Pegasus. Eh? This is where we take a look at Stormcrow and say, guess what? You've been officially kicked to the curb. Well, unofficially, officially. if you're playing Pegasus um as a relevant creature type, you are probably playing this. This is basically a white Stormcrow with lifelink, which doesn't sound amazing. And when we get to slots around like M19, M20, this will quickly also get kicked to the curb. um, but it's still like this is still okay. This is much better when you combine it um with your various pump effects, obviously. But flying and lifelink together on the same card is never bad, because it's like you're going to gain that life every turn until somebody actually drops something that can stop it. And realistically, like, this is one of those cards people are just going to let it get in and get in and get in because it's only a point at a time. Oh, yeah. Well, it's different than Mesa Pegasus because don't forget, Mesa Pegasus doesn't have lifelink, it has banding. And banding is a very different animal. You know, gaining a point of life a turn is one thing. Being able to redistribute combat damage to how you want it to be rather than how your opponent says it should be, that's two very different things. And one might argue that banding is actually the better ability. Lifelink just has a lot more support to go along with it. But in a vacuum, I would argue banding is probably better, so long as you've got enough creatures to make it work. And having enough creatures, it's not hard. It's not difficult. But yeah, Sungrace Pegasus, honestly, if you're playing Pegasus Tribal, I'm probably at least considering this. Otherwise, there's better options. Um, but again, that this is a little bit like that. This is a little bit like the white version of Banehound, as I've mentioned previously. One black for a 1/1 lifelink haste. And when I was playing in standard, I would regularly cast this on whatever turn, even if it was the only thing, even if I had like 5 other creatures and none of them wanted to attack. Banehound, tap, attack. Why? Okay, I'll block it with my 7/7. Okay, cool. I gain a life. Now, every creature that I have that cares about, hey, look, I gained life, they're all going to trigger. Oh. Yeah. And Sungrace Pegasus, it doesn't have haste, but it has flying, which means the next turn it's going to be attacking for damage regularly over and over and over again. Evasion. Again, something that gets overlooked way too often, myself included. It's going to get through for damage until somebody drops a flyer or something with reach or kills the creature. If they're going to kill the creature, it doesn't, most of the time, it doesn't matter if it's got flying or not. Or the creature they're going to drop that has flying is probably a fairly beefy body. You know, probably a 4/4 or bigger. And you're still, unless it also has first strike or double strike, you're still going to gain the life from that attack anyway. Uh, Reach, not that common. There's still some, don't get me wrong, but not that common to deal with when you're looking at Commander. People are going to bypass that and, you know, either go, like, Reach is either like a random add on to something, or they're just going to find something that's got flying instead, or they're going to ignore it. So, this is one of those cards that I can see getting in, chipping in for a point of damage every turn for, like, you know, 5, 6, 7 turns. Okay, see you, Holly. Speaking of flying, triplicate spirits. Why is... Are you actually in there and I completely forgot, or no? Value creatures, you. Yes, okay, you are in here. Triplicate spirits. Um, 6 mana sorcery with Convoke, which suddenly means if you've got enough bodies in play, you could end up casting this for 0 mana down and make 3 1/1 flyers. If you are playing any sort of token strategy, this is really good. If you're not playing with token strategies, this is still fine. I have 2 creatures that I can tap. Okay, so you pay 4 mana and you get 3 1/1 bodies. Stuff that triggers when creatures come into play. Ping, 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 ping. They are 1/1s. They are flyers. They are white man. They are white creatures. They are spirits. Any of these can, if you're building Spirit Tribal, tell me why you shouldn't, tell me why not to run triplicate spirits. Oh, because card X is better. Okay. Duplication of effect. And again, Convoke. Once you've got enough bodies on the board, somebody turns around and plays an effect that says, hey, guess what? Your creatures have to attack this turn of Fable. Cool. I'll tap 6 creatures. Now that they're tapped, they won't be able to attack. Cast this. By the way, these guys have got summoning sickness, so they also can't attack. Oh. Convoke has got many uses. Do not forget that this is a thing. Yeah. Getting 3 bodies out of 1 card, especially when they have an actual useful ability. Yeah. You should play this more. And I think I'm going to call it there for white. And let's get on to the blue. Nimbus of the Isles. This has already been kicked to the curb. First of all, this is a Phantom monster for an extra mana. Second of all, and Phantom Monster got kicked to the curb a few years ago. Phantom Monster, what am I talking about? This thing. Originally printed all the way back in Alpha. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. 1 blue plus 3 for a 3/3. Made it to 5th edition. Had a couple of jumps. And now it's like... This is now like filler in a draft sort of thing. But take a look at this. This is the same card in M15. Eternal Masters was 2016. Yeah, this is the original art, by the way. 2016, they already turned around and said, hey, Eternal Masters. So, like, the next year. Sorry, 2 years later, because M15 came out in summer 2014. 2 years later, they're like, let's take this guy and make him a common at one less mana than this. Now, why are you playing this? And now we have this that has flash, or this that, you know, this card at this cost has to have something else going on with it. And the other problem with this is this would be competing with Air Elemental. Give it a slightly harder cost, 2 blue plus 3 rather than blue plus 4, and it's a 4/4. You know, this guy, who sadly has not been downshifted to common yet. Yeah. The, like, Nimbus of the Owls is just, it's not worth playing. There are so many better options at the same price. Probably even at common. ID equal blue. Mana value equal 5. Let's see here. Mana 4. Type elemental. Okay. Yeah. Sort by... Let's sort by power. Alright. Whenever you cast a spell during your turn, untap... What? Okay, yeah, that's not dumb whatsoever. Whenever you cast a spell during your turn, untap target creature. Living Conundrum. Is averages to a 3/4, but if your library with hexproof, but A stops you from dying to deck death, and B, if your library is empty, becomes a 10/10 flying vigilance, which also has hexproof. Muldrifter, Sea Spirit, Thassa's Devourer averages to a 4/4. Enchantment Centering mills somebody for 2. Boreal Elemental is a 3/4 flyer that has almost ward 2. Chillbringer, 3/3 flyer. When it enters, tap a creature that doesn't untap the following turn. Cyclone Sire, 3/4 flyer. When it dies, you can awaken land with 3 counters on it. Dreamtail Heron, 3/4 flyer. When it mutates, draw. Icewind Elemental, when it enters, draws and discard. 3/4. Living Tempest, flash flyer. Like, I'm seeing a lot of cards that are just... I'm seeing so many cards that are like the same but better at the exact same mana value. Let's even restrict it to commons. 11 cards. More toughness with protection. Taps down a thing when it comes into play. Potential card draw. Bigger butt. Bigger butt draws cards. Flash. Much bigger butt gives flying. Bigger butt when it enters Scry 2. And these are all elementals with the exact same mana value at the same rarity. This is where I go, why would you run Nimbus of the Isles? And there's no compelling, I see no compelling reason to run this over so many other cards, even that have the same rarity and the same mana value. In fact, let's do one other additional sort to this. Let's sort by release date. Nope. Alright. Muldrifter, it's mostly better because you can flicker it. Anything that came out after Nimbus of the Isles is it's better in some way. But you really want something that's newer than it. Ones that came before it, your best alternative option, again, for an elemental was Muldrifter. The thing about Muldrifter is it's smaller by +1/+1, but comes into play and draws you 2 cards. And you can cast it for 3 mana if you don't care about the body. I would say Muldrifter is superior than Nimbus of the Isles in almost every single context. This came out in 2007 versus Nimbus of the Isles in 2014. 7 years later, and it's not the same thing. Muldrifter is strictly better. Well, I shouldn't say strictly better, but most of the time it is better. Glacial Crasher? Oh, dude. Oh, this is so easy to pull off. So this is a 6 mana 5/5 trample that can't attack unless there's a mountain on the battlefield. This is one of those cards that I could easily throw into my, like, into a blue not blue deck, if you know what I mean. I.e., technically it's a mono blue deck, but it doesn't play like it. Because all that it requires is somebody playing red? No? Cool. Unstable Frontier. Tap. Target land you control becomes basic land type of your choice to end a turn. This basically goes cool. You know, 1: this creature can attack this turn. But as somebody is playing dragons, as somebody is playing goblins, as somebody is playing Omnath, you know, one of the various multicolored Omnath, as somebody's playing, as soon as they drop a shock land, a triome, a surveil land, etc., that has mountain in its type, you've just turned this on. really, really easy to turn on. Needs to see more play. Research Assistant, I don't like it. There are many words and phrases that can cause an experienced wizard to tremble in fear. Chief among them is oops. Great, great flavor text. Unfortunately, the card is way too expensive for what it does, in my opinion. Because paying for and tapping it to draw then discard a card is kind of a lot. 2 mana for 1/3. You should have like some kind of ability to it. 4 and tap to draw and discard, to me, is the kind of cost you throw on a card when the rest of the card is just on the edge of acceptable at that cost. And a 1/3 for 2 mana is not just and when I say just on the edge, I mean as opposed to too powerful. If this was a 2/2, and while mathematically a 1/3 and a 2/2 may work out the same, a 2/2 in blue is a much bigger deal than a 1/3 in blue. Blue is not known for having aggressive creatures. They're getting a lot more powerful these days, but they're not known for aggressive creatures. They're more for defensive creatures. But yeah, Research Assistant. No, a 1/3 for 2 was like your typical bear baseline. You don't pay 4 mana and go tap, draw a card, then discard a card. This is like, no, if this was on a 2/3 or on like, I could see an argument for like a 0/6 or something like that. Nah. This ability costs too much for what it does. If you want looting, there's much better looters out there. Chronostutter. Expensive, but put target creature into its owner's library second from the top. 6 mana instant. This is a card that you play to get rid of a creature, and the best time to do it is when your opponent plays, activates, or casts something that's going to make them shuffle. Because this way, you can get rid of that card almost for good. If you take their creature and they go, all right, I'm gonna crack this fetch land. I'm gonna search out a base. I'm gonna search out a land. Okay, you've cracked your fetch land. Activated ability. Ability on the stack. Chronostutter. Take that creature of yours, put it second from the top. Here's the thing. Once they have activated unless they counter their own spell or ability, that creature is going to go second from the top. Then they're going to resolve what they're going to do, and then have to shuffle their deck. suddenly that card, if they've got 80 cards left in their deck, that could be any of those 80 cards then. And chances are, realistically, it's going to be a reasonable amount down. Let's say further, more than 10 cards down. In a lot of games, that's as good as exiled. Unless they've got a way to get that creature back out. Yeah. And there's no restriction on the type of creature. It doesn't say non-artifact. It doesn't say non-land. It doesn't say this, that. Nope. So your best bet to use this is use it like a Swords to Plowshares in combination with somebody that can be using Evolving Wilds. They can be using Rampant Growth. They can be using, Mystical Tutor. Any of these effects. Wishclaw Talisman. Anything that tells them to search their library for anything. The Boonweaver Giant that we mentioned earlier. In response, put this back in your deck, please. And then shuffle. The only things that they could get away that you could get away with is if it's their general and they choose they if your general leaves the battlefield if your general would change zones for any reason, you can turn around and have it go into the command zone. If they choose not to put it into the command zone, their general is mixed into their deck. Now, often it's going to be in a different kind of sleeve or something like that, so they can get around. But yeah, no, just... yeah. This is what... the flavor text on that is perfect. Timing is everything. It is expensive. I would still consider that. I would actually put Glacial Crasher up here above Research Assistant. The problem with the Research Assistant isn't that it's a bad ability, it's a bad cost for that ability. Aeronaut Tinkerer, honestly, realistically, assume this is a 2-3 flyer most of the time. Because the chance of not having an artifact in play at some point, when you actually care about it, you're going to have an artifact in play. You're going to have a Soul Ring. You're going to have an Arcane Signet. You're going to have Swiftfoot Boots or something. Could be a Thopter token. Could just anything. You have a clue token or a treasure token or whatever. Suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, this has got flying now. Is really incredibly, stupidly easy without even thinking about it to have this turn on. Soul Ravnica, we mentioned that earlier. 6/6 flyer is fine in and of itself. The biggest problem with this card is you can have this draw 2 cards, maybe even 3. Not like 3's a bit tight, but to get this to draw you more than 3 cards for 7 mana, you really need a way to go, hey, by the way, this is now a 5-color permanent. And to do that, you either need to be playing with some weird stuff like, is it Scuttlemutt I'm thinking of? I think it's Scuttlemutt. Yeah. Scuttlemutt works. Shift works. There's, I'm sure there's a couple of others. Um, and then it's like you tap those or whatever, and suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, now I can pay 7, draw 5 cards, which is which is good. I think if you can get to, I think 3 is the minimum I would want to go for this. Because 3 mana is like concentrate, which is 4, or sorry, 3 cards is concentrate, which is 4 mana, but you're paying 3 additional mana to have it as a pumpable activated ability. Okay, I can see that. I think if you're playing this, you're really playing like Avatar Tribal. You're either doing that or you're breaking laws of nature via Scuttlemutt, Shift, etc. Statute of Denial. Pyrotechnic activity of any sort is strictly prohibited. It is irrelevant that today is a holiday. Sounds like the Azorius. Yeah. 4 mana, counter target spell. If you control a blue creature, draw a card, then discard a card. You are, I mean, there's cards that are usually considered better than this. Cryptic Command being the first one, whose name I can actually remember, is the first one that comes to mind. What are you? Not, not rewind. Dismiss? I think it's dismiss. Yeah, dismiss. Counter target spell, draw a card. It's been printed a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's got 5 printings. The last actual physical printing being Jumpstart 22. I don't really count the Arena League promo, although, oh my gods. Okay, yeah, no, I definitely don't have that. And I don't call the championship decks. I never count those because those are gold borders and therefore not legal for play in most formats. They were designed to basically be, here's a promotional version of, actually, has gold borders and non-standard magic pack, is not legal for constructed play. Yeah, if you check the, excuse you, if you check the back of a card, that's one of these. It doesn't have this back on it. It looks very different. I think it's, let's see here. Actually, World World Champ. Yeah. This is what they commonly look like. They're, a very. This is not your typical magic pack at all. This is more of a. This is more like a poker style deck. Very, very much different. And so therefore, I I do not look at those as far as the reason for the reason for those decks is that if you wanted to be able to see what the pros had been playing and test those out, you could actually buy a physical copy of their deck, the full 75, and you could try them, try them out, see how stuff interacted and whatever. We have better tools for that nowadays. Well, let me rephrase that. We have more appropriate tools for that nowadays. Um, you can even go to a site like Deck Stats, for example. Uh, and just go to a feature like starting hand and go and think to yourself, okay, well, do I keep this? Sure, I've got 3 lands. Okay. How am I going to play this out? Okay. So, I'll play you on turn 1. Add another card. Oh, that's a plains. Okay. Don't see anything relevant at the moment. Play that. Oh, there's another plains. Well, then I'll play that, and now I will drop. I'll hold the Surgeon until I can kick it, ideally. So I guess I'll drop the Ication Crier. Add another card. Oh. Well, I don't need another Panorama. So I will activate this. Discard this. Play this. Get 2 extra bodies. I will have 1, 2. I have 2 lands untapped still. I've made 2 bodies. I don't quite have enough to cast Triplicate Spirits. Okay, add another card. Ooh, Launch Veteran. Cool. I'll play the Ash Barons. I should be able to do that. And now I can Triplicate Spirits and, convoke it out and gain 3 life in the process because now I've got Lunarch Veteran out. Add another card. Yeah, I should be able to just kick this now. Etc., etc., etc. And different sites are going to have different ways to let you do that. But yeah, you're looking for an effect like Statute of Denial. Look into Dismiss first. Statute was 6 cents. If you spend an extra 4 cents, you can get the Jumpstart 22 version. Um, or there. Contradict for 1 extra mana you don't have to discard. Dream Fracture for 1 less mana. You let the other person also draw a card. Refute is the same as Statute of Denial but for 1 less mana. School Days gives you an option of either counter target spell, draw a card, or draw 3 cards. Sokka's Haiku. Counter target spell. Draw a card, then mill 3 cards. Untap target land. Yes, it is a haiku. Unravel is going to happen a lot, surprisingly. Counter target spell. If the amount of mana spent to cast that spell was less than its mana value, you draw a card. In other words, if they did not pay full price, if they didn't pay what it says in the top right corner to cast it, you draw a card. Yeah. That being said, the ability to discard a card is sometimes useful depending on the kind of deck that you're playing, and so therefore you might actually want Statute of Denial. You might actually want the effect of cards like Statute of Denial. But if you're doing that, if you actually want the discard, you've also got Failed Inspection. I would play Refute first. I would probably play Sokka's Haiku before that. And then you got Failed Inspection and Statute of Denial. So if you actually need that ability, yeah, I guess I'm playing it there. If that discard ability is actually irrelevant. And it sometimes is, because I'm playing a Reanimator deck and I want a counterspell. Or, you know, I have cards that have got madness and I need a counterspell. Or I have whatever. I can see it. I just won't. It's just, this isn't my first. Because also compare this to whatchamacallit, Failed Inspection, which doesn't have a. If you have this, then you can. No, Failed Inspection is just draw then discard. So yeah, so far, I see Crasher is playable. Well, I see Crasher is useful. Chronostarter is usable. Aeronaut Tinkerer is easy to turn on. Soul of Ravnica is fine, but you really. This really needs cost reducers to make it useful. Statute of Denial is one of those, you play it because you have to, not because you want to, because of the kind of deck you're building. Coral Barrier. Coral Barrier, feels like one of those cards that you want to continually flicker back and forth. Flickering it doesn't get you a lot, but it's getting you an extra 1/1 creature every time you flicker it. For a 3 mana creature, that's not a terrible, that's not a terrible ask. Although I think you can probably do that for better. You might be, no, I'm not so sure about that, because we are looking at blue here. And so getting, like, this is a come into play ability in a blue deck. If you're doing this in blue, this might actually be, I mean, you're looking at a 1/1 with Island Walk with an unusual creature type, which means that people really have to be like laser focused on no, no, no. Like, are you building Squid Tribal? Squid, of which there are 8. uh, you don't exist, because you're alchemy only. So, 7, only one of which is not mono blue. Incidentally, Flimerid is probably the. This is crazy. Um, yeah, you know what? I think there's a start of a squid deck. What about O? Nope. You would get like 9 cards. No, 8 cards. Okay. But yeah, Coral Barrier. If you want something that's cheap that comes in play makes extra tokens, there's this. But flicker abilities, I think Benthicor. I'm not saying it's the only one, but it's a 7 mana creature. When it enters, you get 2 merfolk. But they don't have any kind of evasion. They just have a relevant creature. Actually, 2 relevant creature types. This has got some kind of evasion. But you have to get a 7 mana card out first instead of a 3 mana card out. I think this can tide you. I think this and a few other effects of this nature can tide you over until you get a Benthicor out. I think this is actually reasonable. Just finding a good home for it. And I would not be adverse to like, Coral Barrier in a deck with like Ghostly Flicker and Archaeomancer. And so it's like every 3 mana I spend, I get another 1/1 token. Think about that. In a blue deck that's actually really good. Actually, in a lot of decks, it's really good. Amphin Path Mage. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. If you're building a. If you build this. Like, if you're building a deck around stuff that can't be blocked, you probably want to put this in or a similar effect. I might actually. So you got 2 ways to do this. Stuff that natively can't be blocked, or stuff that has abilities that say something can't be blocked. And even in the first category, I would still have a couple of cards of the second category. I would, I'd be playing with a bunch of creatures that say, hey, this can't be blocked. But every so often, there'll be something that comes up that's like, I want to be able to play that, but it's not unblockable. Amphin Path Mage. Maybe I've got like a really good Sphinx that I want to add to the deck. It has flying, but it's not unblockable. Okay, Amphin Path Mage, because maybe that Sphinx is like crucial to how the deck works. Paragon of Gathering Mists. Here you go. Here is your blue Paragon. Again, giving a creature flying till end of turn. Just play Wonder, play Levitation, play this, play that, whatever else. Giving the flying. Although that being said, as much as I say that, the fact that it gives flying is probably a lot more relevant Then the white Paragon giving vigilance. I would say the Paragon Gathering Mist giving flying in Commander is more relevant. And the fact that it gives your blue creatures +1/+1 is huge and not a thing that gets seen very often in blue at all. ID equal blue, Ocon. Game paper. Sort by. Where are you? There you are. Mana value. Aerial formation. That is actually a cute pump spell. Coral Helm Commander, you have to get it all the way down. Favorable winds, creatures you control, flying get +1/+1. If you're building a flying deck, you really want that effect. Lord of Atlantis is similar to, so Coral Helm Commander, Lord of Atlantis, Master of the Pearl Trident, Vodalian Hexcatcher, Merfolk Sovereign, Merfolk Regery, Atuma Atlantean Warlord. Wow. All fall into the same category. um, Lure of the Unreal, Scuttle Tide, Supreme Phantom, Corsair Captain, Patrician Geist, Scion of Una, Master of Ways, Narumea, all fall into the same category because they're all similar to the other batch of cards that I just rolled out because they all give creatures of a certain creature type the same, +1/+1, sometimes and something. Um, a lot of these are creatures of a given category. Once we rule those out, and when I say given category, I'm not talking based on their color. I'm talking based on a creature type or their artifacts or Exodus says, are they face down? Something more than just I'm playing blue. Once we roll everything out to where it's like I'm playing with creatures or I'm playing blue, you could get away with favorable wins. Sunken City, Grand Architect, Infiltrators, Mage Mark want stuff to be enchanted. Um, eh. Again, one can make an argument for Cyanite Jelly Drover the same as favorable winds. Paragon of Gathering Mists. So basically, the Paragon, Sunken City, what was it? Paragon, Sunken City, and Grand Architect are like the three ways to give your blue creatures +1/+1 as a stack ability. If you are looking for stuff along the lines of Glorious Anthem in blue, those are the three cards you have to access to. Grand Architect's like $1. Sunken City is. I mean, if you get a foreign language version, it's a buck or two. Otherwise, it's like a quarter or less. And then Paragon of Gathering Mist is like 10 cents. Okay, so maybe for $3, you've got 3 cards that go, hey, by the way, pump my blue guys. Again, not an easy ability to find without going into like tribal based shenanigans, without going into I'm playing merfolk, I'm playing artifacts, I'm playing illusions, I'm playing I'm playing jellyfish. Whatever. I'm playing pirates. So yeah, if you are trying to build a deck based on, trying to do something relatively aggressive in blue, you want your Paragon. You probably need this in blue more than in any other deck because blue's creatures tend not to be as good in terms of actual combat ability compared to any other color. Blue tends to get the weakest creatures in terms of straight up combat ability. That doesn't mean blue's creatures tend to be bad. It's just their strength is not in combat. Their strength is things like Mana War, bouncing creatures back to owner's hand, or creatures like Archivist, tap to draw a card, and stuff of that nature. Ways to get them some kind of resource advantage. Not actually as creatures. It doesn't mean you can't build it. It's buildable. It's just a lot more difficult. Capsho Kite Fins. 6 mana for a 3/3 flyer. Before we jump too far ahead, Nimbus of the Elves, blue +4 for a 3/3 flyer. Capsho Kite Fins, 2 blue +4, so an extra blue for a 3/3 flyer. Whenever this or another creature you control enters, tap target creature an opponent controls. For 1 extra blue mana, you have an ability that triggers when this or any other creature enters under your control. You're playing this a lot less for the fact that it's a 3/3 flyer than for the fact that this can tap an opponent's creatures. This is the sort of ability blue is known for. Yeah, much better. I think in most situations, I would generally want the Capsho Kite Fins over Soul of Ravnica, unless I need the big body. If I need the big body, obviously I'm taking the Soul every day of the week. But if I'm just looking for something to, if I'm looking for like a synergy sort of thing or whatever, if I got a decent number, the funny thing is, if I get to create tokens on my opponent's, if I get to create creatures somehow on my opponent's turn, eh, Capshow Kite Fins is gonna like this is gonna tap down so many things, especially if I can create tokens consistently. Um, Wall of Kelp would be a good example. So yeah, uh, I think this is better than it first appears, and it think about this triggering the same way that your Soul Sisters do, except instead of gaining life, you're tapping your opponent's stuff. Frostlinks. Heh. When it enters, basically 3 mana. When it enters, stun a creature. This is like a more modern version of a card like Mana War. Except Mana War sends it back to hand, which is not always what you want, because if you send it back to hand, any leave play abilities trigger, which is a thing that occasionally happens. Um, and then any come into play abilities get to re-trigger, and any cast abilities get to re-trigger. So, depending on what you're looking for, sending a card. Sorry, this bit of. I can't even call it a hangnail, it's just that little bit of unproperly trimmed skin at the edge of my thumb is being frustrating. Finally go away. Yeah. Whereas Frostlinks, so the benefit to sending a creature back to hand is because it's no longer on the board, and they then have to recast it. Means that any abilities that it has are not going to kick in. Frostlinks stops a creature from being able to attack, block, or use any abilities that involve tapping. But any other abilities that it has will still kick in. But it also does not trigger other abilities. It doesn't trigger cast abilities. It doesn't trigger leave play or enter abilities or anything like that. It's a little bit like throwing pacifism on a creature. So, this is not a bad card, but I would generally prefer a card that gets rid of a creature outright. What I really would want is a card like Ravenous Chupacabra in blue. I don't remember if such exists. I think there's a couple. Some of them might be like really, really old. Um, you know what? Where's Tagger? Ba, 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 ba. Spot removal. Removal dash creature. Let's just take a quick look to see if you do what I think you do. Yeah. Let's try this. O tag removal excuse you. ID equal blue minus O. Turn target non. Oh yeah, and then type creature. Return another. You know what? Minus O. Return. Return. Oh my gods. Return up to minus O. Return X target. Minus O. Return another. Wow. Minus O. You know what? No. Alright. That might be enough. Mana value. Alright. Oh, my dog. Minus O. Return that creature. Alright. Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Okay. Alright. Cards like Void Stalker, or the modern version would be Floodpits Drowner. I can see. This red drone, you can find ways around that. Merfolk Assassin, find ways to get something unlocked. There are ways, plural. Night of the Mist, I think there might be a way to give all creatures that type. Oh yeah, what was it I saw? Oh no, it's changed. Oh yeah, Venomancer. Yep, is exactly is what I'm looking for. Venomancer is even funnier because you then get to landfall Actually, a Venomancer I might actually want in my mono blue ramp deck, which sounds funny because it returns lands back to my hand, but I have landfall stuff that happens. Um, Arkham Dagson. Turning creatures into artifacts is actually really easy. uh, Floodgate. Oh yeah, Floodgate is also a card that needs to go in that deck. um, what do you do on the back? Bound stuff. You know what? That is good enough. But I need to remember to grab Floodgate. Yeah. So there's not a lot of blue analogs to something like Ravenous Chupacabra, but they do exist. Also, do I have Floodgate written down? Please tell me I've got Floodgate written down. How do I not have Floodgate written down? Floodgate from Mirage. Mirage Visions Weatherlight. Mono Blue was when it leaves the battlefield. Oh my god, you can flicker it. It deals damage to each non-blue creature without flying, equal to half the number of islands you control, rounded down. Anywho, yeah, getting distracted again. That never happens. All right, black cards. Stay in the mind. This is not a card most decks are going to want to play. Because, why? Because you are generally looking for a very specific card. And making sure that you don't have to worry about it anymore. This is not normally a problem in Commander. But sometimes it is. And when it is, it's a problem. So, what are we worrying about? Decks that want Stay in the Mind or any similar effect, cranial extraction, surgical extraction, any sort of this kind of card, are looking to remove specific answers because they're trying to do a specific thing. I expect this to be more of a thing in CEDH, where there's more of a metagame. But there are specific non-CEDH, more casual decks that are trying to do a specific thing and just don't, want to be able to make sure that they can do what they're trying to do without a problem. And it's not because they're trying to do anything particularly broken or powerful. They just need extra help with protection. Stay in the mind. What's a good example of a deck like this? There is a idea that I saw, and I bring this up every so often. Again, I rarely ever watch YouTube shorts. But years ago, I came across this one YouTube short, and I'm like, alright, what's going on? And, it was Magic related, and it said the only way to win is not to play the game. And so what it suggested was a way that can be done in mono white to make yourself skip the next infinite number of turns. Pick a number, that's how many turns you're going to skip. Removing yourself from the game. Well, okay, how do you interact with that? So you then put out a few things that stop people from being able to interact on your turn. Grand Arbiter, not Grand Arbiter, Grand Abolisher and Myrel, Shield of Argive has come out since then. You have Teferi's Protection and a few other things, and that solves most of your problems. But there are still ways to make you lose the game, even in situations like that. And so, what a friend of mine, I went with the mono white way. My thinking is, look, if they find a way to to bypass all my protections and get me, good for them. Go for it. My friend turns around and says, I don't want to have to worry about any of the rest of the stuff. If I'm going to skip 1,000 turns, I want to be able to skip 1,000 turns and come back and not be dead. So, he's running effects like Stain the Mind and Cranial Extraction and so forth, trying to figure out what kind of possible ways to kill him people might come up with. That will bypass the normal sort of protections. And exile those from the library, from the graveyard, from wherever. Everything else doesn't matter. Your deck is based around, like, he doesn't care if your deck is based around, whatchamacallit, Slime Against Humanity, or, your deck's based around auras, your deck's based around this, that, whatever. 99.9% of cards he doesn't care about. There's a list of maybe about 15 that he actually cares about. Effects that make each player draw cards. It's like, nope. He has an effect up that says he can't be targeted. Okay. But, so you want, like, you and target player each draw X cards. Okay, fine. You can do that. I don't care about that. I can't be targeted, so you can't choose me. But each player draws X cards? Nope, get rid of that one. Infect, okay, anything that can. Well, infect is counters, and so therefore, if he's got something like um whatchamacallit, Solemnity out or something of that nature, can't king poison, can't king counters. Uh, you know, milling people and then forcing them to draw for an empty library. Doing commander damage, because even though with Teferi's protection your life total can't change, the damage is still dealt. There's just no change in the actual physical result, but the damage is still dealt. So you can still lose to commander damage. So, okay, he's got to find a way to bypass that. And again, most cards, he won't care. 99.99% of cards, he just won't care. Like I said, there's probably less than 20 cards that'll actually be relevant to him for. Those are the cards he targets. Beyond that, don't care. Have fun with the rest of it. So, in a narrowly focused deck like that, Stain the Mind and similar effects makes sense. But in most decks, this is not the. I might run one or two of this kind of effect if I'm looking to hedge against certain cards. Um, I'd probably just run. I might run two just so I have a better chance of getting one sooner. Beyond that, meh. But if you're doing that, you might want to be, going for like some kind of tutor. But beyond that, yeah, don't think most people will actually care. You have to be playing something very specific and need answers to specific cards to be able to warrant playing a card like Stain the Mind. Carrying Crow. Um, doesn't look great until you realize this is in black, and black is not known for getting 3 mana 2/2 flyers. However, ID equal black, mana mana value equals 3 mana 2/0 flying power greater than 1. Release date. Let's go not reprint. And then ascending? Ascending, okay. So, starting at the beginning. 2/1 flyer. 3/2 flyer. When this enters, sack a land. Which, honestly, this is actually surprisingly good. In fact, hilariously, I don't know why this didn't see vintage. Oh, I know why this didn't see vintage play for the longest time. Because it was from one of the Portal sets. Because if you go, hypothetically, like Black Lotus or Mox and Mana Crypt or something like that, or, some non-land way of generating mana, and Dark Ritual, whatever. Fell Spirit, 3/2, flyer. Comes into play, I sack a land. I don't have a land to sack. Shrug. Then you play your land for turn. You're good. Part of how Sea Drake ended up being as big a deal as it was. Portal's Second Age. When it enters, return 2 target lands you control to owner's hand. You had to have 2 lands you could return. Otherwise, this ability basically got countered. Because you could not choose legal targets. This was in the same set. That would also explain it. Same cost. Sea Drake was bigger. And had a more had an ability that was easier to get around because you had to find 2 lands that you could target. Okay. Morning Spirit, 2/1 flyer. Tethered Scourge. 2/2 flyer. When it's targeted, you lose life. 2/2 flyer that can only block flyers. 2/1 flyer. Fledgling Imp. Pay black and pitch card to give it flying till end of turn. Ebon Drake. Probably the first card at 3 mana that's actually... Whenever a player plays a spell, you lose a life. But it's a 3/3 flyer for 3. Dagger Claw Imp. Deep Cavern Imp. 2/2 flyer haste echo of discard a card, which means on your next turn. Have you got a card to pitch? Pitch it. 2/1 flyer, 2/1 flyer. 3/3 flyer. When it enters, you lose 3 life. Probably the most efficient creature at that point. And then Screeching Bat just might be the first 2/2 flyer with no drawback. Where on your upkeep you can pay 4 mana to transform it into a 5/5. And then you can transform her back. This is probably the first creature that's no drawback. Demonic Taskmaster is, again, just like the Foul Spirit, something we can get around, but it's a 4/3. 2/1 flyer, 2/1 flyer, 2/2 flyer, 2/2 flyer can't block. 2/1 flying. Then we get to Malakir Familiar, which is 2/1 flying Death Touch. Whenever you gain life, gets +1/+1 till end of turn. 2/1 flyer. When it enters or dies, mill 2. Foundry Screecher. If you've got an artifact, it's a 3/1 flyer. 2/1 flyer with potential haste. And this, I think, is the first common that we hit. That's a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana. When it enters, drain someone for 1. Additional cost. Yeah, it took until Ixalan to actually get a 2/2 flyer with no drawback. Actually, when was that? 2017. 3 years later, we finally got our first common 2/2 flyer with no drawback. So it would take another 3 years before we actually got this. And that's Zombie Bird. You are Vampire Soldier, which are not only, like, Zombie is supported, bird is eh, but vampire and soldier have much more support. So now we can say, hey, by the way, there's better cards out there. But when this came out, this is about on par with what you got. Um, the only reason to play this over something else is you've got like it's a zombie, it's a flying zombie, which sounds which sounds horrifying. Um, enters tapped is a thing you can get around. You've got Amulet of Vigor or similar effects that say tapped. I don't know what you're talking about. Or the fact that stuff enters tap doesn't matter to you. Which is familiar. This is familiar. This is basically just there's a few cards that are this size, this cost. I'm gonna hate myself for this because I literally just had a search up for you. And all I had to do was ID equal black. Power equal 2, toughness equal 3 is vanilla. Oh wow, we didn't we had Undead Minotaur, and we had Felhide Minotaur. And the only difference between these two is this one's also a zombie. And then which is familiar is also is just a frog. And there's unless you're playing with frogs, which is conceivable. Unless you're playing with frogs, Covenant of Blood. If you're going for any sort of burn deck in Commander, A, heaven help you. However, B, draining anyone or anything for 4 is actually, especially since this is a card that you can cast, assuming you've got enough bodies out. Because it's a 7 mana card, let's be honest. This is not an easy cast. But if you can convoke it somehow, you manage to have enough zombie tokens or whatever. Draining for 4 is kind of huge. It doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot bigger than it's. This is, I think, a reasonable starting point. I don't think with any sort of burn deck in Commander, I would go below 3. And if it's 3, I want it to affect everybody. And 4, ideally, I want to affect everybody. I think 5 or higher, I'm okay going single target. 4 is like the dividing line. 3, it's got to be like Dragon's Approach or Bolt Wave or something of that nature. 4, I want it to affect everybody, but something that says, any target is kind of huge because I can kill a Planeswalker or whatever with that instead. And 5, I think I'm okay going single target. But you need to make sure it's worth it. But if you're playing some kind of burn deck, then yeah, Covenant of Blood, I could see it. Shadowcloak Vampire. I'm not fond of Shadowcloak Vampire. Just because for 5 mana, like my brain is used to Sengir Vampire, which, for a slightly harder cost, 2 black plus 3 rather than black plus 4, instead of a 4/3 with activated flying, I have a 4/4 flyer with additional upside. But I get a 4/4 flyer. Why would I play this? And the only reason I can see for playing, well, let me rephrase that. This has a reason for playing this over Sengir Vampire. Actually, two reasons. One, actually, what are you at now? Okay, Sengir Vampire's. You can get Sengir Vampire for 7 cents. Okay. So budget is not the constraint, because this is 10 cents and there's at least 1, 2, 3 prints that I see there that are ascending. Yeah. The 2017 Welcome Deck, Magic Origins, or the original Jumpstart are all 10 cents or less. And even like old versions, like 4th edition, is under 50 cents. Revised is almost $1.50. Wow. But I wouldn't say budget should be your option. Your big reason to play this is either A, it's common, and that may or may not be relevant. Probably not. But more this. The fact that it's an activated ability that has you pay life. Why do you need to be paying life? Well, let's rewind back to white cards and go back to, where was it? First response. At the beginning of each upkeep, if you lost life that turn, put a 1/1 white soldier creature token onto the battlefield. Well, if you've got stuff that says, hey, by the way, this goes back to the Book of Wrath argument. You don't need Book of Wrath. Shadow Cloak Vampire gives you a life payment option. Now, this is less useful, but you do also get to keep your creature around. So, again, the relevant bit here is you're paying life, which means you're losing life. What does that do for you? Well, this is what it does for me. So, in most cases, I would just play Sengir Vampire. It's a much better card. But this has a use. Flush the Dust, 2 mana over murder. But with a clause that we haven't seen much in a long time. It can't be regenerated. The problem is there's not that much regeneration in Commander these days, or in Magic in general these days, because regeneration has largely been set aside for indestructible. Which kind of overrides the entire destroy part of, destroy target creature. So then you gotta ask yourself, why am I playing this card? The other problem is, for this much mana, you're paying 5 mana you are seeing board wipes. You are seeing Crux of Fate, for example. Which, sure, is, you know, dollar-wise, is a fair amount more. The cheapest is almost 50 cents. But this blows up either all dragons or all non-dragons. Or, I mean, ID equal black. And then let's go checklist and sort by USD and sort by descending. Sorry, ascending. Blood on a Snow. Uh, 6 man. Okay, so Deadly Cover Up for 47 cents. Destroy all creatures, and then potentially exile stuff. Final Act. Choose one or more. Okay, destroy a bunch of stuff. Bontu's Last Reckoning. Oh yes, Villainous Wrath. 67 cents. Burn somebody's face off for a bunch of life, and then destroy all creatures. Game over. This costs 2 less to cast if a player's starting life total is less than or equal to half their starting life total. In other words, in Commander, you're starting off with 40 life, and so is somebody at 20 or less. If they are, this is 3 mana to cast, destroy all creatures. Then, of course, there's Damnation. That's another story. This is the cheapest printing of this card. What's the original printing? Still only 20 bucks. Alright. So for like 4, 5, 6 mana in that range, you can easily get a board wipe. Some of which are under $1. Some of which are under 50 cents. Why are you paying 5 mana to blow up a creature in black? If you're doing this in red or you're doing this in blue, I can understand it. If you're doing this in black, my question is why? There's no, in my opinion, there's no good reason to spend this much mana on a card whose only job is to destroy target creature. Why? And the funny thing is, if you compare this to cards of yore, you know, cards from days gone by, you have Dark Banishing, which was 1 black plus 2. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. This was the more broader version of Terror, which cost 1 less, and it was non-black, non-artifact. So the assumption was that to remove non-black would probably only cost an extra mana. So black +3, maybe 2 black +2. I could see 2 black +2. 2 black +3 instant. No. Based on Dark Banishing being balanced, I look at Flesh of Dust and I just say no. No, just stop. Based on that, based on mass removal being 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana, you shouldn't be paying 5 mana for spot removal unless you've got a very, very good reason. And when it comes to mono red, I get it, but the mono red options also give you flexibility. You have Fisher, for example. Destroy target creature or land. It can't be regenerated. 5 mana instant. This is Flesh to Dust that can also optionally hit a land. Lava Flow. Same thing. Destroy target. This doesn't have the can't be regenerated clause, but that's also because this came out in Portal. Portal had no cards that had regeneration. Aftershock. 4 mana sorcery. So 5 mana is an instant if you were to do that way. Destroy target artifact, creature, or land and it deals 3 damage to you. And again, these are all commons that are around that much mana that can blow up a creature that are in a color that is not known for destroying creatures outright. It's known for burning their flesh off, not just obliterating them outright. Unlike black, which just kills them outright. Why? Just no. And don't say it's because, well, it's 7 cents, or it's 3 cents even. Mana value less than 5, USD less than 0.0. Let's go less than 5 cents. ID equal black. Sort by mana value. Additional cost, sack a creature. Oh, look. Unfortunate accident. 4 mana, destroy target creature. Also has spree, which means additional flexibility. 2 mana, additional cost, sack an artifact or creature. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Defenestrate. Play this instead. Destroy target creature without flying. That's going to kill most things. Spin out. Power crept version of Murder has more flexibility than Murder because it can also blow up a vehicle, which is an artifact type. And artifacts are not easy for black to hit. But 3 mana, you know, yeah. During demolition, the same card, 1 more mana, sorcery, but basically the same thing. This is if they didn't power creep it. Flesh allergy, additional cost, sack a creature, destroy target creature, and then burn the opponent's face off for how many creatures did you have that die this turn? Oh, get burned for that much as well. Destroy target creature or planeswalker for an extra mana. Whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller loses 1 life. Like, there are many options that you can play, and for about 3 or 4 mana, get basically the same ability as Flesh to Dust. It can't be regenerated. Okay. When was the last time you realistically had to worry about regeneration? And if you do want to make sure you don't have to worry about regeneration, exile it. Sever the bloodline. Exile target creature. In standard, most of the time, this got used as a get rid of that creature. This clause almost never came up. Did very rarely, but hardly ever came up most of the time. 4 mana, exile target creature, and all other creatures with the same name as that creature. You have that. So, just don't. Bloodhost. This has got a couple of things going on it. The two things that I see here, one, aristocrats. Sacking creatures for fun and profit. B, you're gaining life. Wait, what? 5 mana for a 3/3. Pay 2 and sack another creature. Put a +1 counter on this creature. Wait, what? You don't often see. You do sometimes, but you don't often see. Because usually it's sack a creature. This gets bigger until end of turn. This is, no. This is, I'm getting a counter put on me. And I gain 2 life. Well, if you combine that with cards like Bloodthirsty Aerialist, whenever you gain life, put +1 counter on this creature. Well, I sack another random creature. This gets a +1 counter and gains me life, which puts a counter on this thing. See what I mean about, having reasons to gain life? This is what you want reasons to gain life for. I want to see mono black aristocrats decks of some sort. I think that would be interesting. But yeah, if you are building, or not aristocrats, mono black soul sisters. If you're building that kind of concept at all, then yeah, this is gonna do a lot. Zathred Skyblade. Are you still up on here or no? Yes, you are. Who is Pardo? Oh yeah, Rob Pardo, former Chief Creative Officer at Blizzard, lead designer of World of Warcraft. 3 mana for a 2/1 with hexproof. You can pay 4 mana to have it lose hexproof, but give it first strike and death touch till end of turn. Have I mentioned how dangerous first strike and death touch is? Barring going up against something else that also has first strike or double strike, this is going to kill whatever it's tangling with. And again, there's not that much first strike or double strike that like unless you build around it, it very rarely comes up. You either build around it or you've got something like a Chroma's Memorial or something of that nature. Yeah. Uh that is a that's a very high cost for an activate ability, especially on a 3 mana 2/1. But this is going to kill things, and this is often going to need 3 creatures blocking it. And if you turn around and say, no, I'm keeping this back as a blocker, people aren't going to want to attack you unless they've got a bunch of creatures. Because you're just going to sit there and go, hey, by the way, I killed that. If you've got a way to give this thing the ability to block more than one creature, your opponents are going to lose 2 creatures a turn, basically. Rot Feaster Maggot. I remember playing this in Limited, and it was fun. When it enters, exile target creature card from a graveyard, and you gain life equal to that card's toughness. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but look at it. It's 5 mana for 3/5, so basically a 4/4. Comes into play, exile a card from a graveyard. Usually, by the time this has entered play, it's common for cards that have been that have been discarded to be more than what you can spend to get them out. So, for example, this comes out, let's say turn 6. Turn 6, you cast this, and your but by that point, you've had maybe, your opponents had a maybe they Faithless Looting, or maybe they Big Score or whatever, or Thirst for Knowledge or something of that nature, and they had to discard something, and they're like, it's going to be a few turns before I can get to this pitch. Rot Feaster Maggot. I'll eat that. Oh no. I'll gain like 6 life, 7 life, 8 life, 30 life. Whatever. 30. Yeah, 30 is not inconceivable these days. Toughness greater than, I don't know. Wow. Sort by toughness. Alright, so so 7, which can transform into an 11. 7, 11. 11. 11. There's a few 11s out there. Alright, let's go with toughness greater than 11. 12. Oh, there's a few 12s too. There's actually quite a few 12s. Alright, let's go greater than 12. In the graveyard, this is a 13. 13. 13, 13, 13, 13, 13. Alright. We're now down to 9 cards. That's a 14. This is a 15 only if it's in play and active. But 15, 15. That's not going to work because that's going to get shuffled back in. 16, 17, 20. That's not going to work because same problem as the station. As the Infinite Guideline Station, I should say. And what was about busing say, which is like 30, 35 bucks a pop. Pre-release promo is 56 bucks. Jeez. But yeah. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 actual creatures that you could eat that will give you at least 14 life. Yeah. So if you're playing against green, keep your eyes open. Hold this back. If they end up pitching something big, you can gain a lot of life out of that. That being said, you don't need gain a lot of life to make this worthwhile. Just the fact that you're eating a creature card out of somebody's yard, especially if it's something they intend on having come back somehow, whether they're actively reanimating it or. I just realized I've only got an hour and a half. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah. I think this is a lot better than it first appears. I'm not saying I think it's. I don't think it's good, but I think it's. I think it's better than it appears. It's also a decent sized body on top of that. Necromancer's Assistant. 3 mana for a 3/1 zombie. When it enters mill 3, if you're playing this, you're in a self-mill strategy. It's that simple. You are self-milling because you want stuff in your graveyard to reanimate or something of that nature. It's also a 3-power zombie for 3 mana, which isn't bad. Unmake the Graves. 5 mana instant with Convoke. That's a double raised dead. If raised dead is what you're looking for, then fine. It is a 2-for-1 of sorts. Did I put you in? I do not remember if I put you in Rakdos or not. Reanimate, raise dead. No, I did not. I know I considered you. And actually, it would have been a perfectly viable card because, bring 2 creatures back for 1 mana, or for 1 card. And if one of them is, let's say, Anarchist. Actually, Anarchist is probably Control Shift T. Boop, boop, boop. Ardent Elementalist would do it. Revolutionist would do it. Gitu Chronicler, if kicked, would do it. Pillar Drop Warden would do it. I think I have enough options that I could have done it. Because, a double raised dead. Used one of them to bring back something that can bring back Unmake the Graves. And then do it again. And keep bringing back. Basically, every time I go through this cycle, I'm bringing back. Maybe I have a sack outlet for, Gitu Chronicler or whatever. It dies. I use Unmake the Graves to bring it and another creature back, and then I bring that and another creature back, and another creature back. It's hard to keep a good person dead. Um, Definitely something you're going to want for if you're looking at any sort of reanimation deck. If you're okay with raised dead effects, look into one Make the Graves, especially if the stuff that's dying has got some kind of utility. Um, like especially if you can, the creatures that you bring back are often, making extra bodies or whatever. Fester Gloom. Uh, the big reason to play this is if you're worried about token strategies, but if you're worried about token strategies, there's Virulent Plague. There's Illness on the ranks, which is 1 mana, enchantment, creature tokens get -1/-1. Virulent Plague, 1 black, 2 other, creature tokens get -2/-2. Fester Gloom largely is going to deal with, like, you're playing this because you're worried about token strategies. Illness and the ranks and Virulent Plague deal with that quite easily. I don't think I would bother with Fester Gloom. I really don't. I don't think it's worth it. If you're playing it, it's because you're worried about token strategies, and there's better options to deal with token strategies. Miner's Bane. 6 mana for 6/3, pay 3 to give it +1/+0 and gain trample till end of turn. Yeah, if you're, I think at this point you're looking, because you're basically looking at a 7/3 trample. Let's see here. Paragons. Okay, whoops. ID equal red. Power greater than 5. Toughness greater than 2. Keyword trample. Yeah, that's good enough. Sort by mana value. At the beginning of your upkeep, second unless you sack 2 lands. No. Unless you can skip upkeeps, in which case this thing is phenomenal. This doesn't have a mana cost because it is the meld of the Hanweir Garrison, which is a 3 mana, and Hanweir Battlements, which is a land. And it needs 5 and tapping the battlements to activate, so essentially 6. Boldware Heavyweights is an 8/8 trample that lets someone else grab a creature card from their library and put it in play. This is a 7/3 tramp. Nope. 6/6 trample. Shah of Nar Isle, you can actually work around that. Shivan Wumpus, when it enters, anyone may sack a land to put it back on top. Stinger Bacteria, no. Ilharg, 6/6 trample. When it attacks, you can put a creature from your hand tapped and attacking. Return that back to your hand and begin the next end step. What are we comparing this to? Miner's Bane, 6 mana, 6 3. So we're trying to compare it to a 7/4 trample, realistically. This is 6/5 trample. Who gets to be randomly determined who he's attacking. Oh, 6/3 trample. Target creature can't block this turn. I kind of prefer this. 7/3 trample. Whenever it's dealt damage, enter into the dungeon. That's hilarious. Bloodthirster. Hey, Yorgo! No, this is normal. I've got about another hour and 20 minutes. Let's see if I survive. 6/6 Flample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, untap it. After this combat phase, there's an additional. Okay. Yeah. It looks like 6/4 trample or thereabouts at common is relatively reasonable at 6 mana or thereabouts. Often having some additional ability, tacked on. Oliphant, Seismic Monster Store, etc. And if you're willing to go to higher rarities, then you can easily get bigger or more efficient, shall we say. I still don't think this is bad, let's be honest. I still think this is okay. I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind the cost being reduced, like the activation cost being reduced by 1, but it's still good. I I wouldn't be unhappy to play this card. I would just have to find an appropriate kind of deck to put it in. But I mean, something where you can if you can generate a ungodly amount of mana, this is an outlet for kill one player now. So that's maybe a way to consider it. I'll attack Bloodseeker. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, this gets +2/+0 and gains first strike and haste to end a turn. So, find a way for your opponent's creatures to die without killing this thing. Arcane Teachings might be a decent place to start because that's an aura that gives an enchanted creature +2/+2, plus the ability to tap to deal a point of damage. But something of that nature, and then like Pyrohemia, let's say. And gains first strike and haste till end it. So this really wants. I mean, to be fair, the other way to do it is just like like I would combine this with black and go. Good lord, like ultimate price or what are you called? Why can I not remember? Cast down, stuff of that nature. And just go, okay, kill that thing. Okay, let's see, double down. I don't know what that is. I know what KFC is, but I'm like, probably because, no, because I don't KFC. I don't like their chicken. I've pretty much historically found their chicken is too greasy. 2 pieces of fried chicken. So it's kind of like having a cheeseburger, but your bun is made of chicken instead. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Never. Not a KFC person. A, because there's almost never been one nearby. And B, when I have been at KFC, their chicken is. I've always felt there's been too much grease, too much fat, something on their chicken. So I go elsewhere. I go to Pizza. I don't know if it's Pizza or Pizza 73 out your way. It's the same chain, or or McDonald's, or heck, even Swiss Chalet works. I would go almost anywhere else for chicken instead of KFC, which is kind of bad because that's what their entire model is based on is chicken. But it's like not for me. But yeah, Altac Bloodseeker. If you've got a way to regularly kill creatures, I mean, it's even more fun is if you can combine it with something like Roll Assassin, something that's got like tap destroy target creature ability. The funny thing is, um, it doesn't care what kind of creature it is. So you could have it with. I always called it deep fried elemental. I think it's deep fire elemental. Yeah, yeah. Combine it with like deep fire elemental, and then if you're dealing with a um if you're dealing with tokens that are not copies of something else, and they're just you know create a germ token, create a beast token, create an elephant token, create a zombie token, whatever. Um, as long as it's not create a token that's a copy of Yargle or something like that that actually has a mana cost, then this is just one colon destroy target, token creature. Well, you combine that with all attack Bloodseeker and you go ping, 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 kill these guys. Okay, now this has got like, I don't know, because the deep fried elemental costs 6 mana, so you could presumably activate it 6 times at that point. This is going to be a 14/1 first strike haste till end of turn. Or it might only be a 10/1. And then they cast Deathspark. I mean, I haven't seen Deathspark in a while, especially not in Commander, but that's another story. Inferno Fist. Inferno Fist, I know saw a decent amount of standard play when it was legal. Um, because it not only pumped a creature, it also went, okay, well, now I can use it as a removal spell, sack it to kill that thing. It was also decent as a finisher because of that, too, because, you throw it on an evasive creature to give +2 power, and then I hit you for 2, and then I sack this afterward to deal an extra 2, and that might be enough to finish you off. If you're playing a red deck based around auras and you want some kind of removal spell, this might not be a terrible option. I don't think I put it in my squee deck because I was less looking for removal and more looking for, well, the first thing I wanted was stuff that could recur themselves somehow, and ways to recur everything else. A few extra enchantables, some tutoring just in case, some ways to push through extra damage, and then I started looking at how much pump can I get for how much mana, or for how little mana. You know, Claws of Valakut. By the time I cast this, I should be able to have, I'll probably have, because I've got to cast my General, which is also a 3-drop. So this is probably 4. I'm probably getting at least +3 power in first strike for 3 mana. And more likely, by the time it comes out, like +7 or so. Going through this stuff, and it's like, I don't really care that much. Card draw, and then for control, I have like half a dozen slots here specifically dedicated towards control. 4 slots to kill a creature outright, 1 for a counterspell, and 2 to blow up anything that I specifically care about. While Magic Search giving me a mono red answer to dealing with an enchantment. Combining it with Weathered Runestone means that if they have another enchantment in their deck, they're not getting that one out either. So it wasn't going for the kind of deck that I was building, but for a different style of that deck, yeah, I could see it. Brewkeeper. Oh, and now I see what you're talking about. Whenever an aura becomes attached to this creature, make a 2/2 flying fire-breathing dragon. Yeah. Yeah, every time you throw an aura, yeah, if you want to play a mono red auras deck, Broodkeeper is, but especially cheap ones like Ship. What do you mean on Broodkeeper, or are you just talking like, are you talking self-recursive auras? Control Shift T. Okay, because self-recursive auras, there's a decent list of them here in red. Crown of Flames, Gitu Fire Breathing, Draconic Destiny, I love. You know, turning the creature that's on into a hasty fire-breathing dragon. Fiery Mantle is the same cycle as Rancor, and I think that's from Shimmering Wings as well. Escape Velocity's got, surprisingly, it has Escape. Undying Rage, +2/+2 and can't block. Oh no, it can't block. I'm attacking with my General. Why do I care if it can't block? When it's put in the graveyard from the battlefield, returning Undying Rage to its owner's hand. Unquenchable Fury. Quench. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, deals X damage to the defending players, but it Rex's number of cards in their hand. Hits the graveyard, goes back to hand. Quench. Oh yeah? That'll quench you. Oh, I love that card. It's the drink cactus juice. Nothing's quenchier. It's the quenchiest. You can't bring up quench without me bring that up. You know what's going to happen. Anyway, yeah, Brewkeeper. Again, if you're looking to build an Aura-based strategy, something that gives you a payoff, kind of like how um, Enchantress does, but in red, then you want cards like Broodkeeper. Broodkeeper, Valduk might be your general for a deck like that. Um, and just have like a few different cards out that, you know, when they're enchanted, you get a thing. So I could see that, and then again, you know, Inferno Fist, as Yargle mentioned, would actually suit that strategy. Uh, Scrapyard Mongrel, what I said earlier about Aeronaut Tinkerer is going to apply here as well. Assume this is a 4 mana 5/3 trample because by the time you cast this, you probably have an artifact in play. Whether it's an artifact land, whether it's a soul ring, um, you know, Mishra's Bauble, Juggernaut, whatever. You're going to have something. Could be a treasure token. As long as you've got something, this is a 5/3 trample, and this is Commander. The likelihood of you having an artifact when you get this out on turn 4, 5, 6, whatever turn it is, it's going to be a 5/3 trample. Just assume it is. Blast Firebolt, 6 mana instant. I don't. Damn it. Pardon me. I don't generally. Dankeschön. I don't generally like spells in red whose primary job it is to deal damage to a creature in order to kill the creature. However, this might be one of them exceptions. Why? People like their equipment. I can't say I blame them. Equipment, unlike auras, creature dies, they stick around. Unless they get hit with something like a Blast Firebolt. Kill the creature, and all the equipment attached to it explodes. Probably. But even if there is, again, this is Commander we're talking about. Duplication of effect is never a bad idea. Uh... You can also get Fires of Mountain Doom to do 2 damage to target creature an opponent controls and blow up all that equipment. So there are 3 cards that do that. Blast Firebolt and Turn to Slag, 5 damage. Fires of Mount Doom only deals 2, but that's still a lot when... That's still a fair bit when... if you're playing with a bunch of equipment, sometimes it's the equipment keeping the creature alive. Thing is, what you want to do to combine it with this is you need to be... You might have to add black to it because to run cards like Nowhere to Run to bypass um to, that'll help you bypass stuff like Ward. You can was it Searching Spotlight or whatever it's called? There's at least one card that can. Oh my dog! I've got I've got just over an hour. Um, there's about there's at least one artifact, no, two artifacts I can think of that allow you to remove, uh, not remove, but target Shroud and Hexproof as though they didn't have it. And red does occasionally get, hey, by the way, remove indestructible from stuff. So it is possible to eliminate creatures that you can't normally. Or you could just go, hey, by the way, even if it's. The funny thing is, even if the 5 damage is not enough to kill the creature, it's still killing all the equipment, which is really the big reason to run this or turn to Slag. Um, Although I'd still be considering Fires of Mount Doom first if I specifically care about removing equipment. But I think all three are reasonable. Borderland Marauder. It's a red squire that when it attacks gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Basically, she attacks as a 3/2. Do keep in mind this is an attack trigger. If you are running Ishin, that is going to, if a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time because triggers. Yo, dog, I hear like triggers, so put some triggers in your triggers so you can trigger it when you trigger. Borderland Marauder is, if you've got Ishin out, she is going to attack as a 5/2. Now, unfortunately, she doesn't have any abilities like Trample or anything to help make sure the damage gets through. But with Isha now, this attacking as a 5 power creature is going to hit for quite a bit. It's a consideration. She's also a human warrior. Oh, does Lovisa work here? Barbarian warrior or berserker? Yes, she's a warrior. Gets a +2/+2 and has haste. Oh my dog, I love it. Although I prefer the original art, but that's more of a me thing. I'm not saying I think the newer art is bad. I just prefer the original. um, in which case, if you have, let's say you've got Lovisa as your general, this is now a 3/4. Actually, 3/4 haste. That's going to attack as a 5/4. And that's assuming there's no Ishin to play with. If you've got Ishin as your general and you've got Lovisa out. Like, the funny thing is, an ability like this, even though I don't generally like this ability, an ability like this, on a cheap enough creature, it's actually worth it. Part of the reason I don't like it is when you're looking at like a 2/2 for 4 mana that says, hey, by the way, when I attack, I get +2/+0 till end of turn. Why not just give me a 4/2 at that point? This is a 2 mana that's attacking as a 3/2. This is a little above the curve. Now, I wouldn't say it's a lot, but it's a little above the curve. I prefer this. There are places you can make it work. I wouldn't generally bother with it, but again, there are spots you can make it work. Solo Chandelier, we talked about earlier when we covered the other souls. I think we covered that during. I can't remember if it was Soul of Theros or Soul Ravnica we did it. I think with Soul of Theros we cover them. Um, you can generate a bunch of mana with this. So first of all, you get a 6/6 first strike, which is really good. Um, for 6 mana. And then every 5 mana that you can pump into it, it's 3 damage to somebody and 1 of their creatures. And again, generating infinite mana in Commander is relatively easy if you have, if you're willing to put the effort in. If you don't want to, don't. Nobody's gonna force you. It is easier if you can go 2 colors, but even monocolor decks can pull it off. And then once that happens, you start looking at effects like Soul Chandler, and it's like, oh, well, I'll generate 1,000,000 mana, and I'll deal 200,000 damage. Oh, I guess I have to deal 1,000,000, 199,998 damage. Cry. And I'll split it up this way. And by the way, I'll shoot you guys while I'm at it. If you're not doing it that way, so the problem with the souls is they've got to fight for the same kind of slot as the Titan cycle. I think compare this to Inferno Titan. Okay, same size, same cost, has fire breathing. When it enters or attacks, 3 damage as you choose. This is instead of having fire breathing, it has first strike. This isn't. Oh man, that's funny. Oh. Oh no. There are times when shooting yourself is reasonable. There are times when shooting yourself is reasonable because you've got ways to redirect the damage to one of your creatures, and if it's, let's say, Brash Taunter, and yeah, goes to you, redirected to Brash Taunter, and then Brash Taunter again, and both of them shoot at somebody else. Whew. Yeah. And this also has utility once, but it has utility when it's in your graveyard. You know, reasonable. Might mix right. 6 mana beginning of combat on your turn. If you control each creature on the battlefield with the greatest power. If you control each creature on the battlefield with the greatest power. I think what that means is, let's say the greatest power on the battlefield is 7. If you have all the 7 mana, all the 7 power creatures, then you get to go yoink, mine till end of turn, haste. So you might be stealing a 6. Maybe a single creature if each other creature has the lowest power. If another player controls a creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power at that time, the ability won't trigger. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, This has got what's called an intervening if clause. This is trigger time. When does this trigger? If a thing, because there's this if clause here, it first checks the condition when it goes to trigger. If this is not true when the ability goes to trigger, so in our example, if the highest power on the board is 7, and nobody other than you has any creatures that are power 7 or greater, well, it wouldn't be the highest power then. If the highest power on the board is 7, and you control the only 7 power creatures on the board, then this will trigger. If anybody else has got a creature that's got at least 7 power, this will not trigger. Then it checks again when the ability goes to resolve. This is because this has got a clause in the middle that starts if. What's called, like I said, it's called in Magic, it's called an intervening if clause. So if this is true when the ability wants to trigger, it will trigger. If this is still true when the ability goes to resolve, it'll resolve. If it was true initially, but no longer true, for example, somebody went, oh, well in that case, giant growth, and now my creature's a 7 power as well. This is no longer true, so this will fail. If it's true initially, however, that's when you get to choose the target. Did I do the thing? I did the thing, okay. Yeah, intervening if clauses. Hey, Aku! 1, 2, 3. Krenko's Enforcer. This is why... this is why Intimidate is actually really good. Really. This is why Intimidate is really good, because it allows you to put a hard to block ability on a creature that's not black. And so Krenko's Enforcer, you know, because historically this would have been put on a black card, and then Intimidate, they expanded Intimidate so that it could be put onto cards that were not black and have it make more sense. Nowadays they just replace with an ability like Menace, but Intimidate says, oh, you don't have an artifact creature? And you don't have a creature that's the same color I am? You can't block me. And then it's a goblin. So add on all your goblin synergies. 3 mana, you get a 2/2 that is hard to block. Have fun with that. I'll let you think about that, and I'll let you think about what you did. Crowd's favor. I like this card. I think this has got to see more play somewhere. Aku, I think you already did. Womp womp. 1 red, instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike till end of turn, and has Convoke. Which means 2 costs is for... I know, right? That joke is probably older than I am. The only way to cast this for free, i.e. without actually paying mana, i.e. using Convoke, is you would have to tap a red creature to be able to cast it. That being said, you probably have one by then. Yeah, I can see this going into decks like Feather. Um, I can see this going into like even just the funny thing is like the +1/+0 doesn't matter so much. The first Drake is actually going to be a lot more relevant most of the time. You can use the power boost to bypass certain things, but it's rarely going to matter. The fact that it gains first strike till end of turn is going to be a much, much more important deal. That being said, if you're looking for an effect to get first strike till end of turn, you can probably, you should be able to find, like, do a quick search and go, hey, by the way, how many 1 mana ways are there for me to get first strike till end of turn? Or even not until end of turn. Actually, you know what? Now value equal 1, ID equal red. Reflexes. You can get reflexes and lackluster. Oh, okay, that's why. Becomes blocked, you may have it. Okay, yeah. So reflexes, there's one way to do it as an aura. Let's just go to 2 and see what happens. There are 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's a few ways to get first strike on a on a 2 mana aura and have additional stuff going on. Sea Red, Kamal's Desire maybe. Flaming Sword is probably your best option that I see so far. Potentially Crown of Fury if you're in a more trouble deck, like Goblins. Yeah, Crowd's Favor, I think most of the time you're getting it. Well, for 1 mana, you're probably just getting it till end of turn. But there should be enough options to do that. Oh, yes. Quirkesh Onaki Ancient. 4 mana, 4/3. Whenever you activate an ability of an artifact, if it isn't a mana ability, which are abilities that which are abilities that generate mana, they don't cost mana. I'm going to keep pointing that out because that's a thing newer players consistently makes. Okay, you still haven't asked your question yet. You may pay red. If you do copy that ability, you may choose new targets for the copy. So, if you have an activated ability like, let's say, Solo Chandelar, would you say search for Skanda or Overflowing? Everflowing Well. Search for Scanta. Would you say search for Scanta or Everflowing Well is a better strategy for Sword of Feast and Famine? I don't. Are you the one? And you untap all lands you control. Okay. Um, search for Scanta. Got lines for 2 or 3 mana. I would probably in general, I would probably run search for Scanta due to the fact that its ability is more generically used. Like just being able to dig for stuff is more generically useful. Um, and the ability to at the like even as an enchantment, it's like because the problem with Everflowing Well is you may end up milling the cards that you need. If that's a thing, that's fine for you because the kind of deck it is. That's a different story. But mill 2 then draw 2 is potentially a problem. Whereas this allows you to basically surveil 1 every turn. And so this is more this is better for library manipulation. I would say this is better later in the game. I I think the rest of the deck depends on what you're going for. I think anything beyond that depends on what you're actually trying to go for. But without knowing anything else about the deck realistically, I would probably lean towards Search for Scanta. Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but that's where I would start. Everflowing Well. Do I or don't I? I might actually want a copy of that for my mono blue ramp deck. Yeah, I mean, and you could also run both. But yeah, Kurkesh basically cares about you having artifacts with activated abilities that don't generate that. Do you have enough artifacts in your deck that have activated abilities that aren't mana generating abilities? So a very very simple example. Were you in 4th? Yeah. Did you make it past that? Yes, you did. There we go. Dragon Engine. Um, Cost, colon, effect. The cost can involve mana, but the effect doesn't. Lithiform Engine, we mentioned earlier. These are all activated abilities. Kurkesh can take a look at either of them, go, cool. Well, you've activated an ability that doesn't generate mana, and it's from an artifact. Tell you what, You give me another red mana, I'll give you another copy of that. And that combined with something like Lithiform Engine can get really silly really fast, because Lithiform Engine, being able to copy instant or sorcery, activated, triggered abilities, instant sorceries, permanents, and just go, hey, by the way, give me another red mana, I'll let you get another copy. It's kind of silly. I could see somebody building a deck around that. Green. Okay. I personally have never liked Carnivorous Moss Beast, just because I always felt, again, same problem I had with a couple of other cards. Where was it here? I don't see the white one. Oh, yeah. Research Assistant was my biggest comparison here, which was blue. Carnivorous Moss Beast cost too much. 6 mana for 4 or 5. 7 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on it. So more mana than it cost him to cast to begin with. See, here's the thing. If this was let's say a 6/6, I could probably see it. Because 6 mana for a 6/6 at that point would have been about fair. 7 mana, put +1/+1 counter. I could probably begrudgingly accept. This is a 4/5. And you're paying 7 mana to get 1 counter. No. This should be like maybe 5 to 5. I could see an activation cost of 5. I don't think I could see 4, but I could see an activation cost of 5. Like 2 green plus 3. That I could see. Just don't. Fine left. If you are going for a deck that's at all along the lines of my Squee deck, Vine Weft is going in your list, because again, the first thing you're going to want, apart from choosing a general, is going to be, here are the list of auras that can recur themselves somehow. They've got they've got some kind of ability that lets me, when my creature's about to die, return them back to my hand, or when it goes to the graveyard, I get it back, or it has escape, or some other similar ability that lets me recast, lets me get another use of it. Dredge. I can't remember what it's called. Something plating, I think. Watervine Cloak. That thing. Being able to get it back turn after turn after turn. If your creature dies, just being able to keep getting it back. Vine Weft is probably going to be on that list, because you can get it back from your graveyard to your hand. If you're building that kind of deck, that's where... And then, of course, then you get all the Enchantress payoffs as well. Living Totem. This is trying to be like Iron Shell Beetle, etc. Your put a more reasonable sized creature. When this creature enters, you may put a +1 counter on another target creature. The only problem is it has to be on another target creature. it can't get it on itself, which is, you know, I'm all sad faced for. However, you know, this is something that, let's say you're playing this on 4. Have you got another creature? Or does somebody else have a creature that you want to pump up? Hmm? 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 Again, don't be afraid of politic. Also, don't be afraid to screw up one of your opponent's plays because, um, hey, look, if I target your thing dies. Hmm. Also, it's a May. You still have to target the creature? Whether you put the counter on or not is up to you. Also, enjoy flickering this thing. You're playing green. You're going to have a lot of mana available. Feral Incarnation. 9 mana with Convoke. Make 3/3/3 beasts. So get 9 power for 9 mana. But Convoke. So I tap 3 creatures and I pay 6 mana and I get 9 power out. Thunk. Yeah. If you have a use for this sort of thing, it is worth playing. If you are playing some kind of token strategy and you are not going with the small, like squirrels and sapperlings and that sort of stuff, and you want something bigger, you are probably interested in this. Yeah, I got about half an hour and I just got to green. Invasive species. When it enters, return another permanent you control to owner's hand. This you were going to find as a combo piece. What? Yeah. Um, cards like this, well, if not combos, then at least synergy, because you're going to find stuff that will combine with, like invasive species. You can use that to return, I don't know, um, Radiant Fountain, let's say, for an ultra simple example. Lands that when it enters, you gain 2 life. Um, you can return a card like Thragtusk and get a 3/3 beast out of it, and then when you recast Thragtusk, you gain 5 life again. Anything that's got a enters and leaves play trigger is going to be really fun. Minus O. That's fine. Sort by color. Aven Rift Watcher is the sort of thing that you're going to want to bounce. Um, Costume Closet. That's hilarious. When it enters, leave. Oh, yeah. Fear of abduction is really going to annoy people. Because when it enters, you exile one of your opponent's creatures. When it leaves, the creature goes back to hand, so they have to recast it. Know what? Ocon returns the exiled. There. Let's trim things down a bit. um. Selfless police captain. When it leaves, put his +1 counters on target creature you control. Skyclave apparition, aka Skyclave appetizer. Um, exiles creatures, and then they get tokens based on the mana value. Destroy up to 1 target creature. Oh, that's cute. Splinter Aging Champion. When it enters, destroy up to 1 target tapped creature. When it leaves, you and another target player each draw a card. Oh, that in combination with unidentified hovership, you could end up milling somebody out of the game. That's funny. When your commander enters or leaves, draw a card. Crygen, when it enters or leaves, draw a card. Oh, yes. The. Oh, yeah. Saprison Bailiff. When it enters, exile all artifacts and enchantments in all graveyards. And then when it leaves, return all artifacts and enchantments from all graveyards to their owner's hands. That's not going to work as well as you want. When this enters or leaves, you may tap or untap target creature. Enters to hideaway. Leaves to put the exile card in hand. We're not going to talk about these guys here. Greed's Gambit, you can actually, if you've got something like, what do you call it? Alhamrat's Archive, you're going to gain 12 life and draw 6 cards. And then when this leaves, you discard 3 and lose 6 life. Okay, you're ahead. We won't talk about that one either. Why am I not talking about that or either of these? Because they are. There's complications there. Enters, get lands. Leaves, sack them. Oh yeah. Farming Cavu, when it enters, 2 damage to target creature. When it leaves, 4 damage to target creature. So you could end up doing 6 damage to creatures every time you recast it. Enters, create a tap Parastone. Okay, yeah, that thing. Enters or leaves, ping a player. Enters or leaves, make a robot. Enters or leaves, 1 damage to each non-flyer. Enters or leaves, make food. Enters or leaves, raise dead. Enters, gain life. Leaves, make a beast. Enters or leaves, investigate. Enters or leaves, get tempted by the ring. Uh, Other artifacts enter or leave, you can pay mana to drain. Enters, exile a non-land, leaves, they get a XX, they get a token. Enters, gain life, leaves, draw a card. Enters, exile a card from someone's hand, leaves, draw a card, and I need to go hit the washroom again. No! Alright, be right back. Alright. Alright. So yeah, invasive species, like I said, there is lots of stuff you can play with that one. Um, stuff that enters and stuff that leaves, stuff that has both abilities, etc. Shaman of Spring. Um, if I turn around and rebuild my mono blue commons, take me down Cantrip City deck, and I build it in, let's say, green, this is probably going in because creature that when it comes into play draws a card. Very much what that deck is looking for. Can I do it in just commons? I don't know. Colon ID equal green, rarity excuse you. Wow. Rarity equal common. 15 cards. Okay. um yeah. Yeah, and the only one that might not draw me a card is Trade Route Envoy. I think that's pretty good. And just commons, so at least 14 cards that fit that. Sort by mana value. Okay, yeah. And the worst of which is probably Pike Knight because it's a 3 mana 1/1 that draws a card on my next upkeep. Well, no, on the next player's upkeep. That being said, the best one is probably Pygmy Kavu, which will draw me not unreasonably half a dozen or more cards. Probably at least, 6, 7. Yeah, I'll stop. Hunter's Ambush. If you're considering playing this, you're playing Turbo Fog. You don't realistically play this elsewhere. You look at this if you're playing Turbo Fog, and then you go, maybe I probably should. Because that will allow your creatures to deal combat damage, and your opponent's creatures, probably not. Soul Zendikar. Again, 5 mana to make a 3/3 beast token as a pumpable ability is pretty good. And it's a 6/6 with reach, which means it's going to be able to swat down it's going to be able to swat down other stuff. It's going to swat down a lot of angels. It's going to swat down a decent number of demons, dragons, sphinxes, and other random things that fly in the air. So yeah, it's a shame the tokens don't also have reach. That would be a nice add-on, but not necessary. Netcaster Spider, 2/3, 2/3 with reach. When it blocks a flyer, it becomes a 4/3 with reach. Are you playing with spiders? You should probably play this. This is going to deal more damage than it first appears. And you still want I'd still play it. Undergrowth Scavenger enters with a number of +1 counters on it equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards. Play this with some kind of mass mill strategy, or play this with some kind of self mill strategy and reanimate this. And the worst thing this is this is a bad Golgari Grave Troll, but I think even a bad Golgari Grave Troll is Yeah, I think a bad Golgari Grave Troll is still really good. Enters with +1 counter for each creature card in your graveyard. Pay 1 and remove a counter to regenerate it and dredge 6. But this is number of +1 counters equal to the creature cards in all graveyards. So if everybody's got, let's say, 2, this comes into play with 8 +1 counters on it. No regeneration, shrug. No dredge, oh well. There's ways to get it back if you really need to. And then when you get it back, it's going to be bigger. Paragon of Eternal Wilds. This ability here, the green creatures getting +1/+1. Again, not as necessary as in other colors such as blue. Ping green tap it. Another target green creature you control gains trample till end of turn. It's more flashy. It's more cool. Is it more necessary? Probably not, because green does get a fair amount of trample. But being able to push through a couple extra points of damage that you wouldn't normally be able to get to is never bad. Again, I would still be looking at playing with Brawn, Aggressive Mammoth, cards of that nature instead. But it's still fine. Colonian Twin Growth, you get 2 tokens. For 6 mana, you get 2 you get 2 bodies, both of which have power and toughness equal to the number of forests you have. So they're probably, and obviously they're going to scale up and down. Reasonable creature, are you looking into a, first of all, it's, a couple of really big bodies, no abilities other than coming into play and making. I will point out, if you have Bramble Sovereign and you pay the, was it 2 to activate, I think it is? Yeah, you pay the additional 2 mana when Bramble Sovereign, when Colonian Twin Grove enters. A token that's a copy of Twin Grove will enter, which will make another Treefolk Warrior token. So, for paying 8 mana, you get 4 creatures that are all this big. And then if you're building some kind of like weird mono-green aristocrats, this is very much a sort of thing, especially since you can sack these and then draw a bunch of cards. And like if you... I make 1 additional copy, but it makes an extra body, and it's like, cool. I can sack 1, draw a bunch of cards, gain a bunch of life, and still have 3 more to play with. And now ID equal gold, color less than gold, not and then like M14 where we had here's a creature, here's one of the 2 allied colors. Do I have a basic land that fits that? Yes. This creature gets +1/+1. This is now the other allied color, apparently. So white gets, because the blue one got a bonus for having a plains in play, which is white. White is now getting a bonus for having an island in play, which is blue. So the other direction. Pay 4 mana, one of which is blue. Tap target creature. You get a 2. Again, you're going to be playing these in at least the allied color scheme. You have, and being able to go tap target creature. This does fit nicely with some of what white likes anyway, because it likes to destroy or exile target tapped creature. So stuff of that nature is always nice. Nightfire Giant, 5 mana, you would end up with, if you've got a mountain, you end up with a 5/4. and then 5 mana, one of which has to be red. 2 damage to any target. This is huge because this is kind of like what I said earlier about the Soul of Chandler being able to pump mana into it and just go zot zot zot. This is an easier activation, and you can be heavier on black to emphasize the zombie, or heavier on the red to emphasize the burn. And chances are you can probably, late in the game, you could probably still get at least 2, maybe even 3 activations out of it. I would assume 2. Uh, Jorubai Merklurker. Merklurker. 3 mana would get you, if you've got a swamp, you have a 2/4, which is fine. Pay black plus 1 target creature gains lifelink till end of turn. Not something that you see a lot of at this point. Not an unreasonability. Be able to pump all your creatures with it. Yeah, I like this. I think the River Marshal is okay. The Giant is going to be good. Merklurker is going to be entertaining. Sunblade Elf, it's not uncommon for elf decks to be green-white. Sometimes they're mono-green. They're often mono-green, green-black, or sometimes green-white. If you're going green-white, this is a 2/2, and then 5 mana creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. That helps that helps with being a finisher for any sort of elf deck, warrior deck, or just, I've got a bunch of creatures. Here you go. Curd Chieftain, based on, of course, Curd Ape. 4 mana gets you a 4/4. Pay 5 mana. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample till end of turn. Again, this in combination with some Blade Elf, you're looking at finishers. 5 mana +2/+2 and trample is kind of a big deal. Color equal gold. Then we have Garruk Apex Predator, which is... Note this actually is a normal. Yep. I remember an oversized card at some point. 7 mana, 5 loyalty. +1, destroy another target player, another target planeswalker. +1, make a death touch beast. -3, destroy target creature, gain life equal to its toughness. -8, target opponent gets an emblem with whenever a creature attacks you, it gets +5/+5 and gains trample till end of turn. If you are considering a curse deck and you are in green and black, so you're probably playing 5 colors, this is a planeswalker that fits that strategy. Beyond that, +1 to destroy a planeswalker. Okay, yeah, it's going to be occasionally useful. Not gonna lie. +1 to make a death touch beast. Again, gonna be really useful. -3, kill a creature and gain life equal to its toughness. It's a shame you don't get that as loyalty on Garruk instead. But yeah, useful. Like, this entire card is just one of those kill that, kill that, kill that, and player is about to die. Also, it's got 5 loyalty. Garruk's got 5 loyalty. His ultimate is 8. This is one of those cards that he comes down after doubling season, because doubling season is 5 mana. This is 7. Thunk. Cool. Comes into play. Ultimate. Give you the emblem. By the way, I still have 2 loyalty left. Sliver Hivelord. This, my thumbnail is on this. 1 mana of each color for 5/5 Sliver that gives Sliver creatures you control indestructible. Yeah, if you're playing Slivers, you want this somewhere in your 100. Do you want it as your general? Up to you. Do you want it as your in the 99? Up to you. But you probably want it in there somewhere. Let's get through this real quick. Okay. I'm just going to do the bottom two, the first 2 rows here. Terran's Machine, 2 to cast, 4 tap target creature. This is basically a bad Icy Manipulator at common. It's still fine if you're looking for something like this at common. But if you're not restricted to that, just go for Icy Manipulator. Actually, Icy Manipulator. Nope. But was 4 to cast and 1 tap artifact creature or land. You basically swap these costs around, but you've reduced the flexibility. Sacred Armory. If you're looking for something to give, something for fire breathing, and especially when you're in a color that's not known for fire breathing, Sacred Armory is pretty good. And it can pump any creature, including ones that are not your own, which means you can muck around with other people's combat math as well. Willforged Golem. This is a 6 mana 4/4 with Convoke. You can tap a bunch of creatures and go, hey, by the way, I've got a 4/4 now. You can play this in a colorless deck. If Convoke is the sort of strategy that interests you, at least remember that this guy exists. Shield of the Avatar. 1 to cast, 2 to equip. If source would deal damage to a quick creature, prevent X of that damage, where X is the number of creatures you control. If you've got 6 creatures in play, and anything tries to deal damage to something equipped with Shield of the Avatar, you're preventing 6 of that damage. Tell me that's not silly. Richard Garruk was, oh yeah, creator of the Ultima series. Does that include UO? I think so. Yeah, includes Ultima Online. Which was the first MMO I ever played, and that was enough to get me to just stop. Not because I didn't like it, because I saw other people getting dragged too deep into it. But yeah, if you're looking for damage protection, Shield of the Avatar is really good. Meteorite, honestly, I would collect meteorites as tokens. What? As tokens for, what's her name? Roxanne? Yeah. When she enters or attacks, create a token of this that's tapped. And then whenever you tap an artifact token for mana, add an additional mana. Yeah. That's really the only reason to play it. It is... It is colorless, it is common. It would be, if I really need another piece of spot removal in my commons only ramp deck, I might consider it, but realistically, probably not. Brawler's Plate, 3 to cast, 4 to equip. Equip creature gets +2/+2 and has trample. Really good, really strong because Like 40, yeah, it's a bit high to do all that, but it's also giving trample, not, not something to sneeze at. That in of itself is going to get people going, oh, that looks interesting. I want some of that. Avarice Amulet. Quick creature gets +2/+0 and vigilance, and at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. But when the creature dies, somebody else gains control of it. So, creatures die, you have to give it to somebody else. You have to give it to somebody else. You have to give it to somebody else. Designed by Penny Arcade. Hilarious. Scuttling Doom Engine. 6 mana, 6/6. Can't be blocked by small creatures. You can't legitimately chump block it. You have to chump block with something that's reasonable. When this creature dies, 6 damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Seems pretty good. And then the rest of this, I think we can already assume there's stuff that people will play. And then land, only 2. Sliver Hive, which we discussed our... The puppy's back, is he? Sliver Hive, tap for colorless, tap for any color to cast a Sliver spell. There's ways around that. Mask with Nexus, turning everything, including... I will consistently bring up Mask with Nexus because it does everything. It does the one thing that I really need all the time. Creatures you control are every creature type. Same for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't in the battlefield, including cards that are in your hand that you're about to cast. Which means if you've got a Mask with Nexus in play, this suddenly taps for any color to cast any creature spell. And then 5 and tap, make a 1/1 Sliver token. Activate only if you control a Sliver. Well, again, Mask with Nexus solves that problem. Then you start going 5 tap, make a token, 5 tap, make a token, 5 tap, which sounds like you're essentially spending 6 mana for a 1/1 token. But this is an activated ability on land that you can do every single turn. And then Radiant Fountain. When it enters, gain 2 life. Taps for colorless. Doesn't look like anything special. But oh my god, with balanced lands and oh good lord, invasive species and Emancipation Angel and stuff of that nature to play with, you can gain a lot of life off of just having one of these in your deck. But that is it for tonight. It is a little later than I wanted it to be, but not terribly bad. And then next week, we do Magic Origins. And Origins, oh my god, has Origins got some fun stuff. This is the stuff that's at the top of the list. Sword of the Animist is in my mono blue deck that tries to be a mono green ramp deck. That's in there. Chandra's Ignition. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature and each opponent. You're trying to play some kind of burn deck in Commander. You want this. The creatures that you target lives. Everything else is going to take its power and damage, and each other player is going to take that much. Oh, Ignition plus Vampire Nighthawk is one of my favorite combos. Oh yeah. Elemental Bonds, drawing cards, Thopter the Spine. Like, a lot of this is just really, really fun stuff to play with. But anyway, that is it for this evening. I I gotta let you go. I gotta figure out something about food. I had something quick to eat before I started my stream, and that's over 6 hours ago. So I will see you guys next week. Hopefully, also on cross my fingers on Tuesday. Also, I'm considering having a second day so that if people want to like chat and get deck help and stuff like that, uh, having a day that's more geared towards that. Not saying I don't want to talk about it on during stream, but that would give me a day that's more geared towards it. Anyway, I am off. Have a good night, everybody. We will see you next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone.